Nicola.
Changing.
Hello.
Oh god, I wasn't fucking ready. Hold on, my tracking is there.
Nicola, I'm here with Mio and Temp, and we're gonna talk about
Fuck, I'm listening to my. Oh god, I'm sorry. My everything is a fucking mess right now. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're back. Hello.
I'm here too.
Hi.
Hello, Temp.
All right,
Hello.
great. Time to set up my freaking screen window. Oh god. Okay. All right. This is fine. All right. Hello. Hello.
I also have Vim here, if I need that on stream at some point. But the programming.
Programming. Yay.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about
Yay.
programming
Yippee.
and game development stuff. And we're talking about it a little bit when we were like setting up and whatnot, and
We
talking
were
about-
yeah.
talking about how interdisciplinary game development is. Like there's so many different aspects to it, right? And
Yeah, I have a real love-hate relationship with game development. I feel like I don't know about you guys, but I think anyone who goes into it just basically gets their butt kicked up and down constantly, and like you either learn to love the feeling of taking these blows or you stop trying.
Yeah, it's a lot of effort and work and
every
different
time you
stuff
end
that goes into
it's
it.
like, oh, I'm never gonna do that ever again. And then like a week or two or a month or two later, you're like, oh, I should do
I'm done, and then you get back to it.
I should get back in the game development.
Going into game development is sounds like a good plan to destroy yourself emotionally.
Yeah.
But maybe we should have some sort of structure for how we're going to talk about.
Yeah, maybe.
So
maybe.
How about we start off with talking about how we first got into game development, why we're interested in game development. Is that good? Yeah. I do want to start this off because I actually have the story about this, and I think I've told it before. But when I was a kid, when I was a little baby, 7th grade, back in the old days, they had these big old clunky TI graphing calculators. I don't know if they still have those now. Phones are pretty powerful. But there's these TI-83 calculators, and they had a very basic form of programming on it. And so what my brother found online was a big old 3-page like script of commands to type into your calculator and make like a little Mario game. It was like really, really basic. It was terrible. Like the Mario character was like an ampersand character or something like that, just moving across the screen. But I was fascinated by it, so I like typed it into the calculator, and I played it for like a couple days. I'm like, this is garbage. This isn't a real game. So I deleted it, and then I was like, wait a minute, I kind of want to play it again. So I went and then typed it back in, and I got bored with it, and I deleted it, and then I was like, I want to play it again. Typed it in again. I kept doing it enough times that like over time I kind of started understanding how like what some of the commands were doing, and I started like doing a few changes to it, and then I started taking programming classes, and it was a downhill slide ever since into the
Neat.
madness. But yeah, that's my game dev story. That's the one I've told to aspiring 7th graders who are sitting bored at the assembly, listening to the old man talk about getting a programming job. But yeah, how about you guys? Why are you guys interested in game dev?
Yeah,
do you want to go?
I can tell my story.
Yeah.
Sure. Technically, I think the first time I tried programming was Roblox. I got into Roblox. It was like 07, 08. I was a young child. And I was messing around a little bit with making places and stuff. This was a very different time for Roblox, but they still used Lua scripting. And so Lua scripting was the thing. And I looked up a handful of tutorials. I'm not sure I fully understood the entire bigger picture. I understood there was like, a game scene tree, and there's like game objects, and then there's like stuff you can do with those game objects. But I was mostly just sort of copying and pasting from the tutorials, and then seeing, oh, I can change this thing, and then that changes this thing. And then I kind of stopped playing Roblox and stopped touching code for a good while. And it wasn't until I was interested in games the whole time, and like games were a huge part of my life, and I always liked the idea of you know figuring out how these games work under the hood, and do these glitches happen? Oh, the game's code is doing this specific thing. Oh, what's that? This is a whole system that works in a specific way, and someone had to make that system. But growing up, I always heard the horror stories about the games industry. And even now, I kind of still hear that it's not a great place to be in, job wise. Right. So I guess I was always sort of holding myself back from pursuing it like as a professional thing mentally because of that. I was like, oh, just go into, a traditional software job, go into web dev. It'll be easier. You'll make more money. And so that is kind of the path that I took. I went into high school. I took my comp sci courses, and went into college, took comp sci, went into web dev for a bit, and well, now I'm here. Now the job market isn't so nice, and now I realize that I also don't really give a shit about traditional, business software CRUD apps and web dev and all that compared to, where I guess my passion was this whole time. Even then, it's still like a tricky balance, I feel, of like, I like this thing, but do I want to make it my job? And just also it's just a lot of work. I know it's going to be hard. I know that there's going to be a lot of competition if like you're trying to take it seriously. It's like a business venture is more than just a hobby. But I don't know. I guess I'm just sort of taking it slow at this point. Yeah. I have dreams, right? I want to make a successful game. I want to make a living off of indie dev at some point eventually, but I know it's gonna take potentially a long time to reach that, and a lot of work and a lot of effort. And I guess sometimes I feel a little guilty that I'm not working as much as I could be working on the game project. But again, I guess I'm just taking it slow.
Wait, so how old were you when you were doing Roblox?
Roblox? I was like elementary school. I was like 7, 8.
Really? I didn't realize Roblox.
Lua scripted your elementary.
But again, I never got that deep into it. I was mostly just, copying from tutorials and messing around. Oh, I can make a special door that checks for my user ID and then gives me a special god admin powers in my place only. And stuff like that. That's what I was doing. Never anything really big or majestic. I guess I was kind of interested in just making spaces online,
Ah.
or like the levels, like making a nice little house, making a little world with different floating buildings and stuff you can go into, hang out in, making a thing where you just destroy a giant fucking building and it respawns and that's it. Yeah. That was Roblox, and now that Roblox account is dead. It's dead. It's gone forever.
Oh,
It's been deleted
no.
off the face of the earth.
Good. Get
'Cause,
rid of that thing.
Yeah. Not by my choice. It's just, things left abandoned and having insecure
Oh, yeah.
passwords.
Oh, yeah.
That happens, yeah.
I can tell my story is I guess
Yeah.
it all kind of started like when I was just a wee little kid, and I had Rugrats, no, Nickelodeon Racing for the Game Boy Color, but I had a Game Boy Advance, so it was like compatible. And I just remember like playing that and being like, how does it actually know to turn the thing when I press the button? Like, how does that actually work? And that I never really got an answer to that question of like, how do these things work until like I grew up later. And then like later in my teens, I had a Nintendo DS, and of course games are expensive, and I was like on the internet a lot, and I found out about homebrew carts and homebrew ROMs, where you could just download these for free off the internet and put it onto a micro SD card and play it off of the Nintendo DS. And then like I was like, wait, people are making these at home? How are they doing that? Like I'd love to do something like that. And so then they were like, yeah, they're open source. You can look at it, and it's written in C++. And so, like, I was like, all right, I'm gonna learn. I'm gonna ask around and see if anybody will teach me. And like, there was no computer science program in my school, and like I went around like asking, will you teach me C++? And like, there was like one or two people who knew it, who like probably could, and they're like, no, you don't want to learn that. So I'm like, no, we're not gonna do that. I ended up going to tutorials on the internet and like trying to learn it myself. And I had another friend who was like learning C++ at the time, and long story short, I never actually ended up making any games for the Nintendo DS, but then later on, I like Neo, I ended up getting a TI-84, and I learned like programming for that, with the TI Basic, and I didn't use that so much for games. I mainly used it, like I wrote programs for like solving the algebra problems in math class, so then I could just like type in the numbers and it would spit out the answer. And then there was the basic in the I had a Commodore 64 emulator on my Nintendo DS, and I was like messing around with basic on that. And then after that, someone told me I should get into Python. I was like, what's Python? And I got into it, and I was like, oh, this is a lot like C++, but like way easier. This is like all the complicated stuff that I don't understand is like removed, and so I can just do the easy things. And then like I did a lot of like
You heard it here, folks. Python is just C++ but easier.
Yeah, it's just yeah. So I did like a lot of like Python scripting with like going out and getting stuff from the internet and like storing it in a database. Oh yeah, like I learned SQL around the same time too, with like
Nice. Gotta learn your databases.
yeah, like I was using SQLite 3, the one where it's like it just stores it in a file. And I remember I had this project where do you guys remember Dynmap in Minecraft?
No, I never
No,
got
what's
that much
that?
into Minecraft.
Okay, so Dynmap is a plugin that runs on the server, yeah, like on the Minecraft server, and it shows this map that you go to in your web browser, and like it shows the position, like where people are on it, and like I found out that
Oh, I think I've seen that a few times. Yeah.
yeah, I found out that it does that by doing the web request to the server, and it like gets the JSON back with all the like the player coordinates. Well, me being the sneaky spy I am, I wrote a Python script that would just get that data and then shove it in a database, and then I put that on a cron job, so then it would run every so often. So I'd have this database of like all the positions of my friends on my Minecraft server.
That's not creepy.
But yeah, so like I did that. I did a few other things with Python. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention when like early on when I was still figuring out C++, before I learned about any graphics or anything, I was like looking into like the Mandelbrot set and like Mandelbrot set renderers, and I remember there was like a short example of like how to do a Mandelbrot set renderer on Wikipedia that was like 10 lines or something. And I basically like it was in pseudocode, right? And I just like wrote that into C++, and like I didn't know how to do any graphics or anything, so I just had it output like ASCII art. And so that was like my first programming project, was like a Mandelbrot set renderer in C++. And I don't have the code for it anymore, but that was pretty cool. And then and then I went on to Python, and then after that I joined a robotics team and was doing the programming for robotics. And around that time, getting back into game dev, around that time I found out about an engine called Love2D, which is it's this engine it's written in C++, but you write your own code in Lua, so it exposes APIs for
Lua mentioned.
Yeah, Lua mentioned. I love Lua.
Yeah, I think I mostly know it because it was what Balatro was made in. The framework
Yeah,
Love2D.
Oh, really?
I actually
Lou.
first learned Lua when I was playing Minecraft because of computer craft, and of course you would know Lua because of Roblox, right? But there's
A little
a lot
bit.
of stuff that
I
uses
wouldn't say I've
Lua,
done a
and,
ton in it, but
like
I know that it's like very easy to embed into other applications, which is why it's
yeah,
popular for
and it's
games and modding and stuff.
surprisingly like really capable. Like it's decently efficient. It's decently powerful and expressive, and it's not a bad language. But
But I
yeah,
already start at
so
1.
I messed around a bit with Love2D, and I know, like I never really made a full game with it, but then a while ago I got into Game Jam, and then there was I did something with Temp with
Yeah, it was
Raven.
the Toho like for Michiru, right?
Yeah, Yeah, we did that. We did that.
That one was fun. I think we went around it the wrong way, trying to build the engine from the ground up. But I
Yeah.
think it's more fun when you do it that way, right?
Yeah, that was like
I've actually
flying by the seat of our pants. Or doing it
Yeah.
completely in regular vanilla C. Not even C++. But that was.
That's the way you got to do it. You got, it's Toho. It's the graphically intensive game known as the Toho. Like you gotta save every single bit possible.
Well, I mean, if you want to handle 10,000 bullets or something like that, it's. Well, I guess
That is true.
Performance.
Performance. That's something that I really enjoy messing around with, is like doing the micro benchmarks and like cache coherence and blah 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 blah, right? Like I really like the efficiency stuff, because the thing that really drew me in is like, how does this thing work, and how if you know how it works, how can you make it work better? Like it's like, for me, it's like the machinery of it that's really, really interesting to me. But also but it's not just the machinery though, because there's it's an artistic medium, right? Like it's not just like It's not just like, oh, put up a website and serve web pages and do the job. It's artistic expression.
Yeah, I've been thinking more and more about that. Like, if it works well enough, then things like art and game design are so much more important to the value of a game.
Yeah.
Like, I guess some ideas, like my plan of FPS Survivors, right, to have as many enemies on screen as possible and have it be as performant as possible was, it's kind of core to the idea of the game that it performs well, right? But it also kind of introduced a lot of headaches, but that might be due to me trying to mix two things that maybe shouldn't be mixed, in this case Godot and an outside ECS. Or maybe ECS is just a pain in general. I don't know.
Godot is
I did
a
feel like
weird
I was.
thing.
I remember I tried using an ECS library in Love2D with like a Lua library that you pull. And I got pretty far with it, and then at some point I realized, oh, it doesn't let you delete entities. I was like, it doesn't let you kill the entities. And so I was like, well, at this point I either need to scrap the library completely and get a different one, or I guess in retrospect I probably could have just patched in the functionality to delete it. But like it completely threw me off, and I ended up like abandoning the project I was working on at the time because of that.
I feel like that's the way you want to do it, though. If you are always creating new entities, that's a lot of extra time you're taking out of your
processing.
processing.
Well,
Yeah, you want to.
But then you
like,
have to figure out how to
create-
fake that, how to fake, adding or removing the
What's
entities.
an enable and disable feature, and then when you create a new one, you search for one in the pool that's disabled, and you enable it.
But it would help a lot
Oh,
if
yeah,
the library you're using had that built in, right?
Yeah.
Had abstractions, to make it easier to do the same thing.
That's definitely the problem I've had with like all the game jams. It's always like, okay, I have this idea, I know what to do, but then it's like, oh, I'm going to use Godot this time. Wait, I have no idea how Godot works, and I spend half the time in the user manual trying to figure out what is happening. What's a scene, and why is it no different than an object, like a game object? What is this?
Yeah, for me, I came from Unity because I took a class in college and that's what we used there. But so going from Unity to Godot in a way was kind of nicer, that there was less of all this weird extra stuff, all these weird extra ways of doing things, right? There's like the new input system and the old input system, and all these other like weird things that you may or may not use. So going to Godot was kind of nice in the relative simplicity of the API. But I've had, a few headaches with Godot. Recently was dealing with UI ordering stuff. There's no way to like specify this UI thing should have higher priority for the mouse.
Oh, really?
In Godot, it's based like entirely on its position in the scene tree, right? The later thing takes the priority.
Really?
So
There's no like
part
Z
of
axis that you can like pull forward on? Like
there's a Z index thing that affects like both the visuals and the well, I think it affects just the visuals actually. Right?
Wild. That's so weird.
So you can kind of work that around by just designing it in a different way. But I remember I was like looking up this. Is there any way to reorder mouse priority for UI stuff for 2D elements in Godot? And it's like, no, it's based on the scene tree, and there's no way to fix it. And there's an open fucking GitHub issue.
Oh boy.
For this kind of thing. And the example someone gave was like trying to recreate selecting cards in Slay the Spire, right? You have your hand of cards at the bottom of the screen and your mouse over the cards, and then one of those cards is the one that gets picked. But then there's mouse priority issues if you're trying to do that, and all the cards are separate objects. And
that's really annoying.
That is so bizarre. That's really interesting.
It is annoying. I hope someone hears this and is as bothered about it as I am, and tells them to put more priority on doing that. I haven't checked the recent updates to Godot. I don't know if they're actually doing stuff like that, but
something interesting about
what it would take to patch.
Go ahead.
Or I wonder what it would take to actually fix that.
There might have been an open poll last I checked. I'm not sure. I haven't looked in a while. Godot UI ordering. Hello, Darren Root. No offense, but whatever Tempest looks cursed.
No, it's all good. I'm totally healthy.
Yeah, he's healthy. He's healthy.
I get so lost
healthy, young man.
in the bigger engines. Like I never got into Unity.
There, I found the Reddit post.
But I did try to get into Godot, and I just like it's like wandering around in a city. Like it's so vast, and there's so many different things to look at. It's like it's you barely get an understanding of one thing before you need to like figure out another thing, and it's like they're so big, right? And for me, I feel more at home.
It is big, yeah. It's huge. it's complex.
Like the
people describe
the smaller,
like games are the most
frameworks.
complex pieces of software that we interact with.
Yeah, but I kind of feel more at home with like the smaller frameworks, like Love 2D is kind of like a more minimal one. Like we mentioned, like Raylib. Raylib is basically kind of like a wrapper around like graphics and audio and the various things, but then like a lot of the gameplay stuff you kind of just implement it yourself, but it's like you can figure it out. But then there's also like the how things are done for like the very low like retro computer with like a lot of the old computer stuff, it's like instead of calling into OpenGL or calling into like Unity or Godot for like here's how you render your thing. What they do is it's like here's your frame buffer, and you flip the button, you flip the value for the pixel, or it's like here's the register that controls.
Oh, the really low level.
Yeah. That's really fascinating. Like I
to me that's sounds fun to like watch a YouTube video explaining about. I would not want to like actually have to deal with that code.
Getting lost in like the small details though is so much fun. That's kind of, it feels like spelunking. I wanted to say earlier, like I feel like game dev is like a practice in isolation and loneliness, because like kind of like your issue with like input like the input buffer on like Unity not working. You just get so wrapped up in these tiny little issues, and it becomes your whole world for like a day or two. And like you look around and nobody knows what the heck you're talking about or even cares.
Yeah. Sometimes you're trying to find the perfect search term to look something up, and
like the surface area
sometimes you're just misunderstanding something or doing something incorrectly.
These vast oceans of code. And like I just get lost.
That is kind of makes me like the idea of working with a framework. I don't think I've ever actually really tried to make something with just a smaller framework like say Raylib or Love2D or something. So maybe I should try that for a game jam or something.
It's a little bit different. But there's the downside is whenever you need something, you either need to find somebody who has written a library for it, or you have to write it. And there's a lot of things that are implemented into Godot and Unity that are either very useful or absolutely necessary for like a modern video game.
Yeah, common video game things, right?
Yeah.
Things can collide, it can detect collisions, they can have physics and all that
like
UI.
If you're doing like UI stuff, I'm sure there's like UI stuff built into Godot. Whereas with like Love2D, you're gonna be like, you draw a box here and then draw some text over it, and then like handle the inputs to do the UI stuff. And it's very it's very bare bones. It's very raw.
Yeah, either someone else's abstractions or you build your own abstractions.
And you will end up building your own abstractions. Like a really useful one is, like having a state machine for like your different game states. Like if you want to switch from your main menu to like actually playing the game, you need to have the different game states for that. You need to have, like if you want to have an ECS system, like I said, I went for a library for it because it's a lot to write, and I'm kind of got burned because it didn't do what I want. But like, on the other hand, you could write your own ECS system, and that's a thing. But yeah, that's the drawback is when you go with
you could write your own code. You could write your own engine, right?
Yeah, write everything completely from scratch. I would not recommend that because
yeah,
that would be.
I have a finite amount of time on this server.
That's the thing, is it's more viable on like the retro computers. If you want to write your own engine entirely from scratch, like without any support libraries or anything, good lord, try interfacing with a GPU. Like, just like try calling into graphics code without a library. It's
graphic stuff.
It's not.
I messed around through Godot's abstractions with compute shaders when I was early on in FPS Survivors, and I just ran into some headaches with the abstractions were limiting where I could like send the data. And we were running into bottlenecks. I was running into bottlenecks. It was just me. But so yeah, eventually I switched from the computers to the ECS, and well, it's still kind of a mess. I suppose I didn't have like the best abstractions when I was trying to do it with compute shaders in the first place. So that was another reason that it kind of got messy, very messy.
Like calling into.
But yeah, no, graphics code is interesting to me.
Do you
Yeah.
watch Ace Rolla? With like his videos
Yes,
about
I do.
shaders?
Actually, he's the one who
those are so
inspired
good.
me to try something with compute shaders. But yeah, I love his content.
That was one thing was with Love 2D is it does let you like assign shaders to like even though it's 2D stuff like it does allow you to do like put shaders on things while you're drawing it.
Yeah, like Balatro. Balatro has a lot of shaders for the different card types.
I
love
really
Ace Rolla.
enjoyed messing
But
with
Ace
that.
Rolla.
But Ace Rolla, graphics are hard. Yeah.
Fucking get good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would definitely say that as far as programming goes, graphics programming is probably the most difficult. Like that and like the actual gameplay. Because there's
like game design.
Yeah, or like if you have to implement a physics
gameplay
system,
programming,
or like NPC AI, or like menu. Well, menus are still UI, but like the all the if a lot of interesting games, it's about like interacting systems, right? And the system, like programming the systems themselves, that's the real meat and potatoes of game programming. That and graphics programming. And those
I feel like on that issue, with Neo brought it up in his previous video, which, by the way, if you haven't watched that, you should go watch that at some point. I think there's one thing you said, Neo, was like it felt like you were plugging libraries together at some point.
Writing glue. Gluing.
Yeah, writing glue. Like you're saying, like, yeah, and these are these systems, these different systems. I feel like, yeah, writing the systems is really difficult. That's why you have like a program that's like Unity. It's like, oh, you want some sort of like what am I trying to think of? You want some sort of thing that like it, sends out explosions or like fire effects. Like you could send out like 10 every second or something like that. Sure, you just plug this little baby in, you turn it on, set the settings, and it's good to go. So writing the systems themselves, yeah, that's really tough. But I think a lot of like modern game engines have that already written, and so like you spend most of your time writing that glue and tweaking it to try and make it work right.
Yeah, it's kind of how do I describe it, right? There's satisfaction to be had in making a complex system yourself, but that's got to be balanced with like the practical need to just do the thing, make the thing work.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And the easiest way typically is just to use someone else's code. It's there, you can use it. It works. Hopefully. Maybe.
I think you do have to some degree, stand on the shoulders of others until, at the very least, until you understand it enough to deviate with like a well-informed like this is it. Like if you just randomly do things, you're gonna be making the wrong decisions all the time. But if you follow what everybody else does 100%, you're going to make something that's 100% derivative. But you have to follow that so that you know like what the normal path is, and then you make those deviations. It's like, well, what if I did this instead? Well, what if I did that instead? That's where you tend to get like the really interesting results, I think.
That is something I think about, is how do the tools influence the types of games getting made? Right?
Absolutely.
Do games all sort of feel the same now because everyone's just using the same Unreal Engine, Unity? I
that's
mean,
not just games.
Maybe good
that's
even,
art in general.
Right?
Like music. I remember just last night I saw there was this music genre I think it was like botanic, I forget exactly what it was called. But I remember seeing that one of like the defining aspects of the genre is that it runs like the music sounds through a convolver with atmospheric like forest field recordings. And I remember seeing a tutorial about exactly that specific technique a few months ago, and it made me think, that genre exists because of that tutorial. Because people saw that, and they're like, oh, I want to do that now. And so, like, a whole bunch of people did it, and then it became a genre. And so it's like I think the art comes, it is at least in part, comes as a result of what's available when you're making creative decisions. Like, if you're making a creative decision, you have to know what you can and can't do, and what you can and can't do is dictated by what the tools are, or the creative limitations. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I think a good example of this would be in the Phase Connect game jams right now. We're actually seeing an increase in a lot of 3D projects that uses the freely available Phase Girl models, which is very interesting to me. I liked seeing that. But it's like when it's kind of like what you're saying, like when something becomes available, people like jump on it and they use it, right?
Yeah.
And so a lot of what it's kind of an interesting idea of like seeing where what comes from what's available. Not really like this person's going to set out with a specific idea in mind and make a certain kind of game. It's kind of like, oh, they saw this thing and they thought, well, what if I use it for this? And then they draw inspiration from what's available, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
That's kind of like what I did as a streamer. Is there's like the AI or like FlaVR as a whole, right? With the AI stuff came about, then Pippa did a stream on it, then a bunch of people, started streaming with it, and it's like we wouldn't have done this if it wasn't available in the first place. So it's like I think the art comes from the tools that are available, or at the very least the ideas that are available. Like you have
yeah,
to
I guess
know...
the good way to look at it, the bright side is like this enables people to make art. This enables people to make things they wouldn't have otherwise made, right? And then the negative, cynical version of that is like everyone's using the same thing, so it's all gonna look and feel the same, kind of, right? So,
Well, I mean,
two sides.
it's another thing I thought of. I was thinking about this like as I was making music and as I was cooking, which is that music is very similar to cooking, which is where you have the ingredients and you kind of just mix them together, and the thing that you get is a result of the things that you're mixing together. And some things mix together very well. They're consonant. Some things don't mix together very well. They're very dissonant. And that's true in cooking, where it's like, like orange juice and toothpaste would be like the classic example. But there's other ones that are like normal ingredients, where it's like if you mix that together, it's gonna taste bad. I think that's the case for a lot of artistic things. It's like if you use the same ingredients, you're gonna end up with the same result. And so if you want to stand apart and you want to do something different, then you have to incorporate something else into it. But there's always the thing
too,
is,
yeah, you could see it as an opportunity, right? That you can distinguish yourself by using something different and making something different.
Yeah. But I think you generally want to do something that's already well established as being good, and then putting your own variations on it. Rather than
Yoink and twist,
completely
as
starting
Ludwig
from
says.
Yoink and twist. Don't say that. Oh.
Sorry,
But
did I activate a trauma or
If you
something?
went into the kitchen,
Yeah.
just
That
like,
was a landmine of a memory that you just exploded.
Oh no.
oh god.
No, I remember watching that stream. Or not stream, but it was like
Yoink
an
and
hour
twist?
long. Oh, it was a stream. Yeah, there's a stream a long time ago that Ludwig made, like, oh, you want to be a streamer? Well, let's just talk about the realities of streaming and stuff. And it's really informative.
Yeah, that
It's a good
video.
watch. Yeah.
It was a good watch.
I am proud to say
haven't seen
I
that.
passed his little test. I passed Ludwig's little test. So I'm happy about that one.
The give up now test.
Yeah, give up. But no. But
Was that a... Did you say Ludwig?
yeah, Ludwig.
Ludwig, yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll have to look that up.
Your stream is worth nothing. You have 0 viewers. You should graduate now and give someone else a slice of that VTuber loving audience. Oh man. Yeah.
Thunder
it
sound
is hard.
effects.
You should graduate now.
Yeah, the yoink and twist, that is the true thing to do.
Yeah, great artist
Take
steal.
Yep.
There's like this hour-long video essay I saw about, it's from an indie team talking about their game and the various inspirations they took in making that game, and it was titled "Great Artist Steal," which is a famous quote line, right? But it's true, right?
Yeah.
Like every work of art is inspired by what came before. Every game is stealing mechanics from stuff that came before. They're just remixing it, adapting it, putting it in new context and showing it in a different way. And maybe that's a really good way, or maybe it's not that interesting, but we try.
Is it really stealing? Is it really stealing if you buy it from the Unity store? Let's be real here. Talking about stealing, I think about getting over it and only up and those kinds of games as well. But
yeah.
Oh,
what do we even call them? I've heard body likes. I've heard rage games.
I've heard
Unity asset flip game.
Yeah.
That term a lot.
But I mean, it is the young. It's not quite a yoink and twist because it kind of made its own genre, or the first one did anyways. But ever since getting over it, like there's been so many of those derivative ones trying the yoink and twist. It's getting over it, but it's in 3D. It's getting over it, but it's multiplayer.
I think it's balanced.
You're linked together by chains. You're on a unicycle. There's like a small indie dev studio I was following, and they basically spent a month trying to make one of those games. And it was called Unicycle Pizza Time or something like that. And it actually sold pretty well because it popped off in Japan. VTubers were playing their game.
Oh no.
So it worked. It works. Just make a streamer bait game and get streamers to play it.
Yeah, streamer bait is the new thing.
The new meta.
The digging the whole game.
No, actually, streamers are really important. Even I was watching GDC talks from like 2017 from the Slay the Spire team. They were talking about how their game started getting traction because of streamers, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And I was like, I mean that's all of them. But
it's so important now.
Nicola brought up the elephant in the room, the digging the hole game. Oh my god.
Game about digging a hole. Web fishing recently, right?
That one too.
It was popular.
The digging the whole game, that was a really cool use of voxels though, right? Like.
Yeah, no, I mean it looks pretty interesting. It's just straight up streamer bait. It's like an hour-long game. It's this streamer bait.
Yeah, that's the thing is there's the difference between what's good for a stream and what's good for casual play. Like a 36-hour game that's gonna end up being a 3-part series. Stream is, and like you need to remember what happens at the start when it gets to the end, and for like the story to make any sense. That's gonna be awesome if you play it casually. If you stream it and you have to do it in like 3 different streams and you get people coming in at the end and it's like, who's this guy? What's his name? What's going on? Or like you title your stream part 3 and then people see that and they're like, I didn't watch part 2 or part 1. I don't want to watch this. Yeah, you're not gonna have streamers watching or playing that game, and then like it's not gonna get very much attention, and then it's not gonna sell very well.
Yeah, that this isn't a game that like didn't sell well, but it reminds me of there's like a clip of Pirate Software talking about how when he was streaming Outer Wilds, how his viewership went down, and that was because people were like going to, I don't want to get spoiled on this game, I'm gonna play it myself.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. Yeah, that's another thing is like spoilers is yeah
for a narrative focused
which is
game.
kind of odd because I remember a bunch of people streaming Outer Wilds and like trying to avoid it myself.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that's a good point. I hadn't even thought of that. Like a very spoiler heavy game would not be good for streamers for that reason.
Or cutscene heavy. Anything that's really cutscene heavy, it's kind of like a lot of dead air from the streamer, right? It's like you can't really. You can try to joke over cutscenes, but like if you're actually into the game, you're just gonna watch, right? Yeah.
Maybe not, because it's. If it's very cutscene heavy, it's gonna basically turn into a React stream. And so if it's good,
I React slop. I love slop.
Yeah, if it's gonna like,
I guess
if it makes for good React content, then that's fine.
I guess, yeah. I guess it depends on what you're looking for from your stream. If you're wanting more interaction with the streamer, if you're watching them like a Northern Lion style, I want to see what they think while they play, or you know.
But yeah, the downside to that is if it's very cutscene heavy, and you have people that are watching the streams and they watch the cutscene, then it's like, oh yeah, I've got the gist of the story now. I don't need to play the game myself because I understand it. You know, so
that's a worry too, yeah, for the developers.
So
right, I watched a stream of someone playing it, so why would I need to buy it and play it myself?
Yeah,
right.
I guess, but then you can also ask, like, would they have ever even heard of your game if they hadn't seen the stream? Like,
that's true. Yeah.
If it's a AAA studio, then yeah, you're gonna have your advertising like get out, and maybe that's a fear. But if you're a small indie developer putting out a game, you know, even if like 9 out of 10 people watching somebody's stream of your game were like, okay, I don't want to buy it, there's still gonna be that one guy who might buy it, and he would never have seen it if it wasn't for the stream.
There's
too many games out there these days.
I think that's also true. I think for a game to succeed in today's market, you both need the streamer to play it, and then you also need a reason for people to come back and play it themselves afterwards.
I think of roguelikes. I watch a lot of, well, Slay the Spire mostly, but like roguelikes in general, right? They're highly replayable. There's randomization. There's, you know, every run feels different, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
then I think it works perfectly for like the synergy between audience watching the streamer play it and then wanting to play it themselves.
Yeah, because well, for streamers, you can do like Noita would be a good example. Like you could do dozens and dozens and dozens of Noita streams, and it's gonna be different. But then also, it's not going to be like the part 1, part 2, part 3, part 2. Every stream is going to be its own self-contained thing, and you don't need the context of the other ones to understand it. So you're not going to get people that are like avoiding it, which means the streamers aren't going to avoid it.
Serious. Random Perf says roguelike is the modern day sandbox game. We're going to get a glut of them, and people are going to hate them soon. I think we're seeing a lot of roguelikes. But me personally, I like roguelikes, so
yeah,
I'm
same.
like fine with that as a consumer. right? I want more. I want
I literally was
more.
on Steam last night, and I was like, okay, let's go to the roguelites. Let's see what's new. And I was looking through the list already. I love picking up new roguelites and trying them out.
I like sandboxing. Still gonna happen.
I end up dying.
I mean, in general, like the indie market is competitive, right? There's a ton of games coming out, so I guess I think
still haven't
regardless of
beat Gamedev.
which genre specifically people are making, that you need
I'm just
a really
not-
good game
I'm
to
not
stand
gamer
out.
enough. Oh, what else? Like Balatro is another example. Like people
I like realize too sloppy right now. Too much same stuff.
people watch
Newer ones are
people
less
play
effort.
Balatro, and then they're like, oh, I'm gonna play Balatro.
Yeah,
Balatro
Balatro
is
was
smooth,
cool,
though.
interesting. But
I
yeah, that is kind of like taking the success stories out of like thousands and thousands of games getting released. So I can see where you're coming from, right?
I think narrative-driven games have a strong place in the meta under the condition that they're not too long and there's variations on it, so that there's things to explore that aren't entirely covered in a single stream. Like alternate paths, or like certain things that you could miss, or like secrets and things. So like there has to be a reason.
Replayability.
Yeah, there has to be the reason why someone would come back, buy it, and play it themselves, even after the streamer streams it. Which that's definitely doable. Like but like you have to know to do it. There's also like what feels impressive playing it and what looks impressive on screen too. Is like game feel is very different from
The juice.
Yeah, the juice.
Game
While
feel. How does your game feel?
Yeah.
How good is the shotgun in your shooter game?
Yeah, because it's different
yeah.
if you're playing it yourself or if you're watching someone play it. Like you don't necessarily know how it feels.
I mean, primarily it's audio visual, so I feel like you can get a pretty good idea of how, good a game feels just from looking, right? There's I've been following was it the Killing Floor 3 beta from like YouTubers posting footage and stuff. People are complaining about like the animations look stiff and the guns don't feel like they have weight, and especially compared to like the Killing Floor 1 and 2, right? And that's audio visual stuff. That's stuff you can see on screen and feel it just watching. Or I don't know, a game with really good feedback, Ultra Kill is like really feels really good to play, and I feel like it comes across in the footage too. Like I wanted to buy that after watching like one stream of Hanamakia playing it.
Like you don't get a feeling for input lag watching a stream aside from like
input lag. I mean, that's more of a technical thing, right?
Well,
I mean, there is some feedback from your controls. Like controls can be crisp, and you can't really feel that when you're watching.
Well, the thing is, the viewers aren't pressing the buttons. They don't know the time between when you press the button and when something happens on screen. They just see what happens on screen. So the only way a viewer would know if there's input lag is like if somebody complains about it, or I mean, like that too. Like if somebody it's like, wow, the input lag is ridiculous here, because I remember there was
I think that's reasonable, right? If it's bad enough that someone notices, then they'll mention it.
Like the port of Ocarina of Time for Wii U was like that, where people were talking about how bad the input lag was for that. I remember that. Especially speedrunners, because speedrunners care a lot about input lag.
Oh yeah. What was it? I was watching Bismuth's like documentary series on the Donkey Kong 64 speedruns and how there's like the Wii U VC version that was like slightly different, and there's was it lag, or was it a different like virtual console game I'm thinking of? But yeah, no, I guess that does happen more so in console games maybe.
But
Thinking
yeah,
on the issue, on the topic of the feel of the game, kind of like the crispiness, the weight of like kind of like the weight of the gun and the shots, like from Killing Floor that you were talking about. I have a problem with game development. I was thinking about it a little bit earlier too. I feel like I'm so focused on function that I forget completely about the aesthetic of the game. And I think for game dev, maybe having an aesthetic-led development would maybe benefit it.
That's something I've been thinking about too. Like a lot of games that see a lot of success, I feel go hard in the art department.
Yeah,
more so than anything really innovative gameplay wise or anything.
Yeah, for me, it's like I'm a programmer. I really enjoy programming, so I want to write these libraries. I want to
Me
write the
too.
functions into
Yeah.
the game. I love writing the code. It makes me happy. But if I want to make a game that like, would be appealing to people, I think instead of like focusing on the function, maybe you should focus first on the look and the feel of it. Like don't feel bad about like kind of taking some time to like, okay, how can I make these animations kind of like, a little bit more realistic, a little bit more weighty? How can I make the movement feel hefty and like, feel good? Like if it, I mean, and I think anyone here has probably played like a Souls-like that, like it's too floaty, like the weights, the animation, the weapon animations just don't feel like they have weight. It feels like you're kind of cutting into paper when you hit enemies. And then you play like probably a normal one where like you actually feel like you get a reaction when you hit something. Like
I played a tiny bit of Dark Souls 3 and
I forget what the term is for it.
Hit stop. I think of hit stop all the time because of Ultra Kill, because it's like really prominent in Ultra Kill when you like hit an enemy on the gas tank and make it explode or whatever, or you shoot the rail cannon, or you shoot the slab revolver and it makes a big impact and freezes the game for that 0.1 second.
Yeah, but like I feel like if you I don't know, but for me it's like I feel like I focus too much on the function and I need to focus a little bit more on these sorts of things, like the polish that makes the game attractive. I think that's something I've been lacking in my game development process.
Or things like you mentioned, like weight, right, and character movement and stuff, right? That ties into the programming too, because you have to make the variables so you can tweak to allow for you to change how that feels, right?
The other thing,
animations too.
I think there's a lot more that goes into making something aesthetic than making it just realistic, because there's the color theory, there's like art
Yeah,
style.
no, it doesn't have to be realistic. It has to feel good.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. It doesn't need to be realistic specifically, but it's just I don't know. If you're a solo indie dev, you kind of have to wear all the hats yourself, right? And so
you're
at some point
jack of all trades.
Did you guys ever
jack in all the
that
trades.
YouTube channel, Every Frame a Painting?
I have a few times, a long time ago, actually. Cinematography, absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema. Yeah, I think if there were games that focused on like that kind of thing, that would be it would be absolute cinema. like just intentionally being Kino, I think
like Hideo Kojima.
Yeah, and he does.
I mean, Okami is like the thing that comes to mind, right? Okami.
Or like Wind Waker, like Zelda Wind Waker, like how much went into like their camera work, their camera programming. It's like if you ever go back and visit that game, it's worth like noticing where the camera goes and where it shifts to is like not like during the cutscenes too, but like during the gameplay, like there's triggers where it's like you walk here and the camera goes somewhere, you know, and it's like it's they're doing that to frame it in a very specific way, and it's setting up these cinematic moments like that. I think that is kind of important.
I think of like the developer commentary in Valve games and how they talk about how they're always using light to point the player's eyes, and players never look up, so you have to put like a really obvious pointer thing like this broken ladder that isn't actually functional in Portal or Half-Life or whatever to make them look up.
Yeah, I know.
That's actually really interesting.
I know this map developer. It's funny to say map developer, but it's absolutely true. For that series that I played with Kara, the Super Hostile, we did Inferno Mines, and I remember him talking about the very intentional use of lighting when he was doing his developer commentary. That it's very, very evident. It's like there are things that dry your eye, or like you go over there, there's like, oh, there's a light over here, let me go look at it. Oh, hey, what do you know, there's a chest like right next to the light source, and it's like he put that there intentionally to bring you over to it. Yeah, I think that is.
It's interesting how much time and effort is spent on like the player's experience. Like take like things you wouldn't normally think about when you're like making a game, but like when you think about it from the player's perspective, it's like, oh yeah, it just needs to happen.
Yeah, or like player psychology. I'm thinking of in JoJo Part 2 and Joseph Joestar is like, your next line is so and so, you're gonna do this next, and then the guy does it, and you're like, oh, what?
Darren actually
but with like
a
game development, trips, map development stuff.
The yellow paint. What do you guys
yellow
think of yellow paint?
Oh man, should we talk about yellow paint?
Yellow paint.
I think yellow paint is a lot like the lighting cues, just like way more, way too obvious.
I think the problem is it's not subtle, right?
Yeah,
it's too. Players have noticed, right? It's become like they're doing the thing, and yet it feels like we're still okay with older tropes like explosive barrels are red and items that glow because they're interactable or whatever, right?
Yeah.
It feels like,
well, it's
I don't know, it's kind of a modern evolution of that, but people find it too heavy-handed. Which is kind of weird when you think about like older tropes that probably are just as heavy-handed.
I mean, yeah, it is. I played a game a while back, Still Wakes the Deep. There was so much yellow paint in that game; it was really obvious. But at the same time, it like if you didn't have it, you'd be kind of lost the whole time.
Yeah. I mean, they have to signal it somehow, right? Like I'm going back to like Valve developer commentary, they use light to guide your view.
I think it's insulting when they use the yellow paint when it's something that you know that you would figure out without it, and it's like, he didn't need to tell me that, or he didn't need to be so blatant about it.
Yeah, what's the one example people keep telling from like God of War where there's a puzzle and Kratos just says the answer as soon as you get to it because I guess playtesters weren't figuring it out.
But then also like that kind of takes away from like the actual challenge of the game, where you're just walking along.
It does,
the
yeah, right.
rails
There's
that they're setting out for you instead of like actually.
Sometimes it feels like things are just too automated, right? I'm thinking this is like an older example. I played Assassin's Creed 2 and then I played Assassin's Creed 3, and I noticed like the parkour was a lot more automatic in Assassin's Creed 3. Like there were more stuff you had to do, and it felt like you had more control in the older one. I don't know. It could just be
another thing
biased or misremembering, but that's how I felt.
I think the yellow paint might also be a symptom of the art style not being, how would I say this? It's not conducive to the gameplay, right? Like,
ludonarrative dissonance.
The funny word.
The word.
The funny word.
Except not
Is that the
really.
thing?
It's the art style in games with the yellow paint tends to be more hyper realistic, and the downside with hyper-realism is you have a lot more detail, which means there are a lot more things that will direct your attention. And
so that's
the whole
why.
point
Actually,
of the
yeah,
yellow
that does
paint
probably
is
explain
to
it.
direct your attention. So maybe you could avoid the yellow paint by just going with an art style that's less detailed, and then there's less things to focus on, and then you just naturally focus on the thing that is actually important.
Yeah, maybe it's just a symptom of the goal is to make every little thing as beautiful as possible, but we're not thinking about like the bigger picture of what's the player gonna see and what's their focus gonna be on. How do we like direct the player's attention to a certain thing in a way that doesn't feel heavy-handed and dumb.
I remember when I was a kid. I remember when I was playing. I had the collector's edition of Zelda for GameCube, which had Ocarina of Time on it. And I remember playing Ocarina of Time. I went into the Temple of Time like early on, and I was like, "Whoa, there's this very detailed door here. I bet this is important." And I spent like an hour trying to figure out, like, what do I need to do to get the door to open? When really, like, the door opens later on in the game, but like it's very obvious that the door is important because it's the art style is like very clearly showing that it looks different from everything else. Whereas like if it was, you know, your the typical Unreal on rails yellow paint game, everything looks the same. Nothing necessarily looks like, oh hey, this is the thing that I need to open.
That too visually, right? Like, when we were talking about how tools impact games and making them all feel samey, like the visuals of the Unreal Engine, right?
Yeah.
Or another smaller thing I noticed. There's like a YouTube channel.
The Unreal Engine graphics are really, really good. Like I play like Power World. Like I was playing Power World, like, damn, this game looks fucking amazing. But maybe that's because I'm used to
right, and you can
other games that are
you can tweak the shaders, the settings, right, to give your game its own art style, but it seems like a lot of developers are kind of just sticking to defaults, right?
Shaders are scary. There's a bunch of like numbers and stuff. Like what is this? I don't want to know what that is.
Code that affects visuals.
The lighting equation.
No.
Yeah. What was I going to say? There's a YouTube channel talking about DLSS and upscaling and how games are looking worse, and it's getting even worse with frame generation. And developers are deprioritizing actually optimizing their games because they're like, oh, we can just have it render at a lower resolution. It'll be fine. And then every game is now a blurry mess.
No. The thing is, DLSS is only good if the scene is completely static. That's pretty much it.
The motion makes
like
it
if your camera isn't moving, then DLSS is okay because
perfect. It's perfect for my game where the camera doesn't move and the player can't move the camera at all.
What was the game that I used as the example for that? It was Limbo. That's what it was. I remember Limbo. I remember watching the GDC talk of Limbo, where they were talking. one of the the segments in the talk was they were talking about how they've rendered some of the clouds, and it wasn't DLSS, it was temporal anti-aliasing that they used for that, and that temporal anti-aliasing does not work if the camera is moving, but because they're like a platformer, and the camera is in a fixed position, and the character moves in relation to the world, and the world just essentially stays in the same place. Temporal anti-aliasing works in that case, in that specific case. If your game isn't built like that, it doesn't work.
That's how we got here. The war against jaggies, against sharp pixels.
Yeah. Well, maybe the answer is just embrace the pixels. Become pixel art. Which is like every
Become hard. We want to see hard pixel edges.
What's that? There was that Resident Evil type game that came out not too long ago. That was like androids in space or something like that, like a horror. It had lots of jaggies. What was that game called? That one had like a really unique
in space.
Really unique like art style that really went hard on like pixelization. What was that
like
one?
a recent game, an indie game, a AAA game?
I think the real thing that like anti-aliasing is
Signalis
really important for is like the, I don't know how to pronounce it, but the moire patterns, I don't know how to pronounce it. It's like a French word.
Moire,
Yeah.
I think. I don't know.
Where you've got like a grid off in the distance, and
two grids.
It has you have one grid which is your pixels, because the pixels themselves are a grid, and then you've got another grid which is misaligned with it because you have a grid in your game for whatever reason, and it's off in the distance, and hey, you get a moire pattern because of like the interference between the two.
Yeah, it's really distracting.
Yeah, and the only way to cause that not to happen is to like smooth the transition between the pixels on your screen, and that's what anti-aliasing is.
Really? Whoa. Sorry, I'm like googling this right now. I'm looking at these moire patterns. It's like really fascinating. That's what's causing like
pattern.
That's so interesting. I never knew that. Like that was like the stutter. That was a moire effect. That's
camera capture of an LCD screen showing moire pattern. Yeah.
That'll also do it, because then you've got the pixels on the screen,
circles.
and you've got the pixels in the camera, and then they're not aligned, and then you get a moire pattern.
Yeah.
But you can end up with the same thing in a video game. Like a really good example is Minecraft, because I don't think Minecraft even has anti-aliasing. It might be in some shader or something, but I think they just don't have it at all. And like if you have like a flat world and you look way out in the distance, you can see a moire pattern like clear as day. And yeah, I think
right, and then the texture filtering.
The Minecraft solution is to just
default is no texture filtering, right? I don't know if they changed it recently.
Yeah, I don't think they do.
Chunky pixels. Honestly, I like that look for like retro styled games. Chunky pixels in the distance. As a kid, I was always like really aware.
Aesthetic is like bringing the aesthetic of pixel art into 3D.
Yeah, like when I play Doom on modern source port, right? You have the options for texture filtering. I always do the chunky pixels the nearest, right? It looks wrong to have it like smoothed and blurred out, I feel. But yeah, as a kid, I was like hyper aware of in the graphics options, texture filtering, bilinear, trilinear, anisotropic, and I was like always super aware of that. I'd always look at the surface from an angle and be like, oh, it's so blurry now. Where's all the detail? And then I turn on anisotropic filtering. Like, oh my god, it looks so much better.
There's a similar thing in audio too with like downsampling.
Hi, JK.
Where you can get
hydrating.
You can get the effect of like playing audio with a low sample rate with the downsampling. And like I've been playing around a little bit with I'm trying to figure out how to use multi-tracker for making like tracker music.
2-bit, 4-bit,
there's a setting
8-bit,
there for like you have the interpolation on or off, and if you have interpolation off, it has that the low sample rate audio. It's very much like the audio equivalent of
like a muddy sound with no details.
Yeah, like of like nearest neighbor, or like linear or cubic or whatever for the pixel upsampling. Yeah.
Actually, yeah, that's been something I've been aware of when like trying to rescale pixel art for thumbnails and stuff in GIMP.
Yeah.
There's the sampling method setting to nearest versus linear, bilinear.
Yeah, I tend to use nearest neighbor, or it's called none in GIMP, but it's nearest neighbor. I use that for upscaling text as well. I think it works better for that. Like if your
chunky
text
pixels.
is blurry,
I like my chunky pixels.
You don't want your text to be blurry either. But there's some things like if you take a photo and you upscale the photo, you want that to be interpolated. Like that generally looks better. I think.
Yeah. Random Perv mentions how like believability is his problem with yellow paint, where they use it like in a jungle forest no one's been to.
It's paint buckets around your environment, so there's a reason there's the yellow paint.
I got a notification from OBS, but it's like a blank notification.
Did it quote unquote crash? But it's still streaming?
It might be.
I had that once actually. And I remember seeing the Pirate Software short where he has that same thing happen.
Is that where like the OBS crashes and the screen is just like not moving, but it's still streaming and everything's working?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I think in my case the preview was still updating.
I think my OBS is still working though. I think it was just like a notification, but it was like a blank notification.
Blank?
Oh, I've gotten that
threatening.
before, but I don't know, like, what did he mean by this? You know, like, what did OBS mean by this? But what else could we? Oh,
OBS
music.
is haunted.
So there's
music.
There's all the
yeah. Speaking of,
like I actually first got into music because I wanted to make my own music for my own video games, and like that's like my origin story as making music. So like I kind of started with guitar because I got a guitar for Christmas when I was 7, and like because I liked how guitars sounded, and then they got me an acoustic guitar, and they're like, oh, well this isn't like the distorted electric guitars, this is and then also I was like, oh, this is way too complicated when I was like a little kid. And then like I was like getting into making video games, and like, I'm gonna need some music. I should learn how to do music. And I found my guitar like up in the attic, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna learn music theory. I'm gonna learn blah 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 blah. And I kind of did. I kind of did a little bit.
Nice. Yeah, for me, music was growing up in school, we had like a little music class in elementary school. I was in choir through like end of elementary school, through middle school, through high school. So that was like my big intro awareness of music,
Yeah,
right?
you play guitar too.
And oh yeah, I mentioned I was gonna mention yeah, guitar too, right? K-On was the main inspiration for me in wanting to learn the guitar. Like I had a guitar at home for the longest time. I never spent the time to learn it, but then K-On and like seeing cute anime girl
Dang.
happy music. I want to learn to play anime songs, and that's when I started messing around with the guitar. Been on since I've touched it though. It's
I love the
been
guitar.
I've been I guess more focused on singing, but yeah. Yeah, and I watched a lot of music theory videos on YouTube. So I guess there's that too. Learning about chord progressions and things like that. But yeah,
Notes.
music's cool.
Music's okay. I'm not that into music. I just mainly listen to music that come from video games because it reminds me of the games and that makes me happy.
I like that too.
I don't know. I'm not that big into music of
I kind of
most
like
things.
video
So
game music, like just as the music. I think it's one of the I think it's one of the better parts of like the art of game. Like I think this okay, here's one of my hot takes. Here's a Nicola hot take, which I've said this before, but I still stand behind it. I think good music can save an otherwise bad game. Like if your game is completely terrible, but the music slaps, I think it's still gonna be pretty memorable.
I can see that.
If only for the music. Like people will be listening to the music years later and be like, "Damn, that game sucked, but the music slapped." And the thing is,
I mean, ideally both are
the
good,
music.
but but I think of like Hotline Miami. That game had amazing soundtrack that was highly influential. It was a good game, yeah.
It reminds me of a game called what is it? I don't remember the original one. There's a game called Metal Hellsinger, and it's this kind of like a boomer shooter, but like you are only allowed to shoot on the beat to the rhythm. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And the music in that was really fun, but I didn't care for the gameplay so much, but the music definitely elevated it.
Where it wasn't a shooter. It was a platformer, and the height that you would jump was based on like when you hit the button, if it was in phase with the music. So like if you needed to jump a shorter distance, you had to hit the button off beat. But to like get the full length of your jump, you'd have to hit the button to jump on beat. It was a really cool game. I'll have to see if I can find that. But it was a DS homebrew game. I really enjoyed those at the time.
Rhythm games are hit and miss. I love like Rhythm Heaven, Rhythm Tengoku or whatever. I love games like that. But then like Crypt of the Necrodancer, I despise that game. I can't stand it.
I never played it. But for me, rhythm games, I got into Osu.
I haven't played a whole
lot.
lot.
Oh gosh, he's an Osu fan.
I was like obsessed with it, and then I started having scares with my wrists, my wrist injuries potentially, and so I kind of stopped going as hard. But I was into rhythm games for a good amount of time. I mean, I still like them. I just haven't been playing them as much recently. But yeah, that too, and like music, like anime music. I found Vocaloid basically through Osu. At least that's basically how I initially discovered it. There's like VTuber covers too, and all that. But yeah, lots of anime weeb music from that.
Can you hear my stomach grumbling? My stomach's been like going crazy right now.
I didn't hear it.
Okay.
Must have missed you talking
I keep
about
seeing it
this,
flash
but
on the
if not-
Discord thing. Like, oh, it caught that
What
audio.
is
Oh
your-
god.
Oh, Ija Oni asked a really good question. What is your... He
Oh.
says, I might have missed you talking about this, but if not, what is your weakness when it comes to game deving? I will say this, personally, my biggest weakness is visual art, like drawing, or, like, 3D modeling, or any, like, I'm really, really bad at, visual art. I think I could probably do fine on like color theory. Like if I needed to color something that already existed, I can probably do pretty well with that. But ask me to draw an anime girl, or draw a texture, or draw something like that. That's something that is probably my weakest area right now. Maybe it's something
That's
I need to
difficult. That's
practice.
difficult.
Like, what about you guys?
I feel like if you're a straight up beginner, you could probably make some pretty big improvements with a few like directed like practice sessions. But if you want to actually make like nice looking anime girls or whatever, that's gonna take a lot of practice. And at this point, it's kind of like that's so much effort.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, pixel art also it would be interesting way to approach it.
And yeah,
maybe.
that
dabbling.
too is it's like
I still wouldn't say I'm good, but
it's
I've
not
been
just
trying
drawing
to
people, but it's like
learn it a little
you have
bit.
to do like backgrounds and like environments and or like drawing items, or you know, like what anything you have to interact with in the world, you've got to draw it or in some way get it to show up on the screen.
Art.
That's
Art.
That's definitely something
As for
I struggle with.
Yeah, for me, you know, coming mainly from programming background, not having a ton of visual art experiences, probably my weaker point. And it's also hard, I feel, just I don't know, ideas lately have been, or like
Really?
feeling like, is this good, or is this going to be good, and just worrying about that. And I guess also like time management, just am I going to find the time to do this or do that? I don't know. It's there's a lot of hats, a lot of work to be done.
I feel like I end up
Maybe
with
I'm
way too
putting
many ideas.
undue pressure, but I also know that I'm like never gonna get it done if I don't put a little bit of pressure on myself.
I end up with too many ideas, and then I'm like, oh, I'm gonna do the next thing. Oh, I made 10% of the progress towards getting this done. Let me abandon it and do something else.
Yeah, the other idea is always more interesting than the one you're working on. That's the truth.
This will be the thing.
Yeah, if it's my weak point, I would have to say it'd be willpower and strength of character, which is to say weakness of character. Game dev takes a lot of time, a lot of directed effort, and a lot of patience, and I lack a lot of that.
I'm very lacking in that regard as well.
Yeah, I mean it's just common, right? I think unless you're inhuman, unless you're like an inhuman like machine, you are going to struggle with you know, being consistent, being productive, and not losing steam.
Temp, you need a wife.
Like, everyone's gonna
cheering
have
you
those
on.
issues.
That's what you need.
A what?
You need a wife to like cheer you on.
Oh my god.
And, like get you going.
Hatsune Miku, am I doing a good job?
I need the manager wife to manage me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They say behind every great man is a great woman pushing him on. That's what you need. You need a great woman. You need a wife.
Can we automate this? Can we use AI somehow to like to really create a new opportunity here?
Only.
I think this is an opportunity, business opportunity, guys. Let's think about it. AI manager
a
wife.
certain mental quality or discipline to keep at a project consistently. Yeah, true.
Yep. Yep. And it's like
Consistency, yeah.
it's only when I'm like grabbed by passion and fire that I can do that. And then it only lasts for a few days, so it has to be something really, really hard. Like the only
Yeah.
example I can think of recently was the halftime show for the VTuber Awards. Like I was able
Yeah.
to put that out relatively quickly, but that's because I was insanely like focused on it. If I have like an idea and then I don't like work on it immediately, then it stays on the burners for like 2 months.
Yeah, that's the tricky part, especially for a long-term project like a larger
Oh
game,
god. Oh god.
right?
I think my two biggest
I feel like
projects were the time I wrote a cave generator for Minecraft to spite some admin developer mods who were really mean to one of my friends. That and then my debut rap for
Phase?
Nicola. Yeah. Yeah,
yeah, my longest project.
it was
Oh, go ahead.
they so I was on this Minecraft server and some cheaters were like traveling through the nether because they were using like hack clients, and my friend just so happened to be going through the nether at a similar time to them, and so the admin saw that they were cheating, and then they banned them, and they were like, they saw my friend who was like along with them and was like, oh, he must be one of the cheaters, so they banned him too. But he wasn't cheating, he was just traveling through the nether as you do. And so, like, I tried to talk to them and try to be like, no, he wasn't, but they wouldn't hear any of it. So I had a bone to pick with them. I had a bone, like, I was mad. Like, stupidly angry with them. Like, unreasonably angry with them. But I didn't let my anger take advantage. Like I didn't act out. I didn't do anything rash. I instead decided to sit and wait for an opportunity. And an opportunity came. Which was they wanted to upgrade. They wanted to like do a new version of this, like what they were doing. So they took it down. And it was offline for a few months, but like while they were doing some development on it. And they set a date for when it was going to come back online. And there was like on the day of when it was scheduled to come back online, there was like 200 people or so in this Mumble server. And they announced they would have to postpone it. And the reason for postponing it was because the cave generator plugin that they wrote was too inefficient at the scale that they were running it at. And they have to run it for like a week. So I saw my opportunity, and you know what I did?
What did you do?
I rewrote it from scratch in C++. Instead of the Java plugin, instead of the Java plugin for the bucket server for Minecraft, I wrote a library for reading the chunk data that Minecraft stores its rope files in, that like all the MPG data for like items that like I wrote this MPG library and pure C++. Load it into memory, do the I wrote the algorithm for the cave generation. I put in this optimization using a side distance field. So then like basically when I would calculate where the caves would go, instead of applying the brush for the caves directly to the blocks, I would instead apply the brush to the signed distance field first, which was like much lower resolution. And then I could do it in like a floating point field, right? Because it's a assigned distance field. And then I would iterate over the block and then interpolate the signed distance field to figure out, is it in the cave or not? And then for the block, it like if it's in the cave, then you set it to be air. And so that was way faster, because then you don't have to, like, you can iterate over the blocks in order. So then it's like you have the cache coherence, right? And then also you only need to do like the brush part is one of the more expensive parts of the algorithm, and it's way less expensive when you do it on the signed distance field. So it was way faster, way faster than the
Nice
original.
optimization.
Yeah.
Like you were talking about earlier.
Like they had the, and like it took me about a month to write this. And
Sounds like a lot of work.
it was, but I was really angry. Yeah.
I'm wondering how that ties in.
So, so, like at that time they had, by the time I had it released, they had the new map up and running. And a lot of people were kind of upset with them because it was like a much smaller map. And a lot of people were upset with them because people would post suggestions in their subreddit, and they would be like, "Oh, if you want this, well then, why don't you write it yourself?" And they did put their old map from like when they took down the server up for like a torrent, and so when I went to go test my cage generator, I tested it on the old map, which was like 10 times bigger. And my benchmark was that on my laptop, which was much slower than server hardware, with the old map, which was like 10 times bigger, it took my cave generator like an hour to generate all of the caves for it. Versus like the the week or so that it would have taken them to run their plugin on their map.
Nice.
And so I made this post. I made just the most antagonistic troll post. Just baiting them. Like I was so mean. I was so mean. And I posted the code, and it was open sourced, and they banned me from the subreddit. And then, like, it kind of, them banning me started some dominoes falling, because, hey, they keep telling people to write stuff themselves, and then this guy does, and you ban him. So then, a few other people decided to, like, just take the plugins that they'd written and just go start a new server. And, like, overnight, the entire player base moved over to the other server, and that's how that server died.
You took them down. You did a good thing for the community too. That's a badass story.
Yeah, that's one of the projects I'm most proud of. But I had a lot of fun writing the C++ for that optimization going fast. But also, like, while I was writing that, I kind of intentionally wrote it to be somewhat hard to read, because I knew they would come and look at it. And so, yeah,
Little obfuscation.
A little bit of obfuscation. A lot of bit math. A lot of I was
No,
such
officer,
a
it was
little
for
shit.
performance.
I was such a troll. I was so bad. Well, maybe you shouldn't have banned my friend.
Deserved justice for Nicola's friend.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's interesting to think about like spite and justice as motivations
Yeah.
for making code. That's so weird.
Yeah, as opposed to like profit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess as long as you have like that sort of motivation, anything is possible. People use all
Yeah.
sorts of emotions to make art.
Nothing is
Interesting.
impossible. Don't let your dreams be dreams. Just do it.
Get
my
it
God.
twisted.
Mhm.
But yeah, I
Yoink
would
and
consider.
twist.
I would consider the code itself. I would consider that to be art. Like it's well, excuse me. It's very much like writing. And there's very much a style to it where you can intentionally write something to be difficult to read, or there is code that is like subjectively very beautiful.
Yeah,
Mhm.
no, I agree. It has like an architectural feel to it for me, like the function and the way everything interacts. If it's like nicely what's the word? Object oriented? That's not the word, but what's the word I'm looking
Elegance.
for? Elegance? Yeah. If pieces like snap together really nicely, that's really comfy. That's a good feel. That's a good vibe from my code.
Did I ever show you guys my fast fizz buzz? Or not fast fizz buzz, my
Nope.
my like very creative way of solving fizz buzz with like some bit math.
Creative Vismas.
Remind me
tell
what
more.
fizz
Fizz
buzz is?
buzz. Let me
If
pull
it's
it out.
divisible
Let me pull it out.
for I from 1 to 100, if it's divisible by 3, you print fizz. If it's divisible by 5, you print buzz. And if it's divisible by both, you print both.
Yeah,
Like a
it's
for
like
coding
the, it's
question.
like the yeah,
Okay.
like the
interview question.
the interview question, yeah. Oh, it's on my other drive.
That's such a weird one. There's no way they can still use it, right? Like it's such like a baby filter. I
It's
don't understand.
it is
Yeah.
very baby.
It is, but
I've heard that they still need to like filter out people who just have zero idea how to
Oh
code.
yeah, no, I mean, at my old job, we definitely hired somebody who definitely got somebody else to do his interview questions for him, and it was very obvious. And I warned them. Man. Yeah, some people, man. Sorry, I'm that makes me angry. It makes me angry to go back to my programmer days and think about that stuff.
Oh god.
But interview questions are fun. Because they're just
God,
little
the
puzzles.
last stream I did was like a year ago. I did a lead code stream.
Oh really? That'd be fun.
Yeah,
here it
it
is.
was a long time ago.
Alright, I'm gonna pull it up on stream. I suppose I could screen share it in Discord as well, I think.
Sure.
Okay, let's see.
Watch
Okay.
stream. Pop out. All right.
So what?
Is that Vim? OG Vim.
Yeah.
Here's my window capture.
So we make a
All the
little
bitwise. What? So much bitwise manipulation. What? That's great.
Fizzbuzz.
So
in C.
first thing we do, we make a character buffer for this character buffer. This is where the string for the number lives, basically. And then we've got this array, this pointer array that has a pointer to the buffer, which is the number.
Oh boy.
We have a pointer to the string fizz, we have a pointer to the string buzz, and we have a pointer to the string fizz buzz. This order is very important. Is this thing?
Mm-hmm.
This is basically a binary decision tree. In memory. Because, so then we've got our loop from 1 to 100. We calculate divisible by 5, which
bool type, so C++.
Yeah. We calculate if it's divisible by 5. If it's 0, it's gonna be true. If it's any other number other than 0, then it's not, and then we just invert it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then so we print into that character buffer our number here, right? And then here's the clever bit. Here's the clever bit. So then
String array of
unconditionally
divisible 5 left shift 1 divided by or divided by 3.
So
those first two.
Yeah, here's the important part. We
bits.
unconditionally print the string, and we index into this array based on this number, which the first bit is whether it's divisible by 5, and then the second bit is whether it's divisible by 3.
So 0, 1, 2, 3, right? And 0, it's divisible on neither. So print the number, which has been printed into the character buff. And divided by 3 is the ones place, right? So 1. Divisible by 5 is the 2's place, right? So 2 index 0, 1, 2. And then if both, it's 1 plus 2 is 3. Index 3. Print visbuzz.
Yeah. So instead of using if statements, we're essentially combining our if statements into one index value, and then indexing into this. Essentially, it's a decision tree that has the results of our decision, and then based on that, we're just unconditionally outputting it.
Neat.
I have tested this. My reasoning behind this was like, I'm going to try and do fizzbuzz without any conditionals, and see if it's faster. It's not faster. It's actually slower.
Oh yeah, I can imagine why.
Probably because we're doing the this call every time.
Yeah. That's gonna be an intensive one.
Later on, I went into a more deep dive into like why this is slow, and it turns out the slowest parts of this are both this call, but then also the this call, which event. So basically, what putS does is it calls string length on whatever string you pass into it, and then it calls.
Oh, really?
And then it calls the underlying syscall for write to the OS. And it turns out that that's going to be the bottleneck. So if you, like, I ended up later on doing like a much faster version of fizzbuzz that only uses a single write call for like it was 760 lines of fizzbuzz at a time, because I was doing like a fizzbuzz to a billion as fast as I could get it to go. But yeah, like if you really want to optimize his buzz, what you do is you minimize the syscalls to write.
Right.
think there's
You
a
take all
way
the
to-
outputs, you shove them into a single buffer, and then you only
Yeah.
write to screen once in order to save the
Yeah,
cycles.
exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
I think it's technically faster if you can do memory mapped IO, but I didn't look into that enough. I was satisfied with my other one, because I got it to be like 2 gigabytes of fizz buzz in a second. Like it was absurdly fast.
Gotta go fast.
That's quite a bit.
This will be perfect for my game that is about fizz buzz that deals with 10,000 fizz buzzes per second.
But
Oh.
I always, even though this wasn't faster, I always come back to this one because I feel like that solution, like shoving it all into an array of pointers and then indexing into it. There's something about that. I really liked it. Even if like
it is pretty cool. Yeah.
You wouldn't want to do that stuff in like a business, production, whatever, because
of course
nobody wants to maintain that. Like it's ugly. Well, not it's not ugly to me. I think it's cool. You know.
I think it's beautiful.
If you make a bunch of code like that, they'll never be able to get rid of you because you need to be around to be able to maintain it. No one else is gonna be able to do that.
Real.
But no, it's like trying to find an interesting solution to something. You said you wanted to find a way to do it without conditionals, and so you found a creative way to do it. And it's just kind of it's just kind of cool to see, code like that. Like it's kind of like code is art, right?
Yeah.
But there's so much function,
and limitation breeds creativity. In this case, we're not using conditionals, right? Yeah. The art.
Stretch.
One of the many art forms that goes into game development.
Yeah,
but the thing is, like, the player doesn't see
the visual art. There's writing. Writing is another.
The code, right?
Writing,
yeah.
Game. That was. Who said that? Where it was like some game had. I think it was maybe Pirate Software talking about Undertale, where it was like there was something that was just a huge switch case thing. But nobody would ever know.
All dialogue in Undertale was just routed through a single function with a giant switch case.
Yeah. Or when Balatro came out, people were, looking at the Lua source code, which, is written in Lua. You can see it if you have the game. And now there's like a giant if-else chain about like
was Balatro
Joker effects somewhere.
I was thinking about this earlier
Every
too,
single
though.
Joker game.
I was thinking specifically about Undertale too, about like how the code was kind of a mess. And then now you have Toby going like, okay, we're gonna do Deltarune and we're gonna do it right this time, and it's taking years and years and years and years and years. And it's like for someone like me, and I think you guys also felt this way too, that where we like to work on the code because the code is beautiful. We like to focus on the functions of the game. I feel like Undertale is a art first directed game, and then like Deltarune is a code first or function directed game, and like kind of the difference in like that sort of thing, where like when you're focused on the vision, on the artistic style of a game, it's like just throw bandits on it, throw tape everything together, just make it work.
Right. And you need that
kind of
fast
approach.
iteration time usually, right?
Yeah. The fast iteration
messy.
allows you to really do it fast. So like it's difficult for I think people like us who really like to do code and like make nice beautiful code, because Yeah.
Nice to
You
work
you want
in.
it to all work. You want everything nicely oriented. You want to set up a system where you can add in like a bunch of different types of items. So you think of abstract classes to represent everything. You make hierarchies for everything, and it's been 10 days, and you have like one
I'm
item.
just building the systems. I haven't gotten to
But
any
it's just
gameplay
like-
yet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
that
how it
feeling.
goes. That's how it goes. It's so annoying. But like, yeah, really,
I've
I think
always
game
got
dev
hung
really
up
needs
with
more of a
like the
tape it up, make it
more
work mindset.
that is something I've struggled with is like the bigger overarching like architecting of bigger projects like the abstract classes and the bigger systems and like where does everything go? And I'm focused on like, hey, if I do this thing instead of this, it goes faster. You know, like
Mm.
Yeah.
I focus on like very small things. Like I'm a very small scale.
You're a microcoder. You're the kind of
Yeah.
person who would be like writing code for a 3D card, like to optimize like
Yeah.
system calls.
Yeah, if I was like
Mhm.
really diving into that, yeah. Or like I don't know, like something on an I really like looking at some of those older systems. Like have you seen any of the like demo scene stuff?
Yeah, a little bit.
I think that is just really fascinating. I haven't
It is,
read
yeah.
much into like the
And music
tool
too.
that they've done.
They have music.
Yeah, their music too, yeah. Like a lot of that is like track for music or I mean I guess the older chiptunes like my chiptune arc was with Famous Studio, but traditionally a lot of that would have been made with like Family Tracker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I used to listen to a lot of like Family Tracker covers of video game songs and the like the VRC6 extension thing for the NES.
Yeah, I didn't play with that, but that gives you more voices for it. But then there's like the whole 16-bit era with like the Sega Genesis and the SNES, and a lot of that is
I love the
sampled
Sega
audio.
Genesis music. Yeah, I love the sound of that.
And that like that's made with
Sound chip.
trackers as well, but it's made with like sampled audio.
Mm-hmm.
And that's another thing entirely because you can make just about any kind of sound and then just shove it into a sampler. Like it's like you think of like the creative limitations that are there for like composing for like the Family Tracker covers. A lot of those limitations are almost entirely completely lifted with like the 16-bit era sounds. But I mean there's still limitations. Like it's not like just making audio in Ardour or FL Studio or whatever. Like there still are limitations, but it's way less. You can make a lot with it. This reminds me of the harassment
There's that
meme.
limitation.
If you compared Balatro and Yonder similar.
Aw, you're sweet. Hello, human resources. It's a good meme.
I like that.
Harassment meme? Hold on.
Yeah.
Which one is that?
Oh, that'd be a good meme. That'd be a good meme.
The one where it's like looking good, Susan. It's like, oh, you're sweet. If it's
Ah,
like
that
the attractive
one.
Patrick
Or
meme.
Yeah.
Or Undertale and Yandere Simulator.
Yeah, Undertale.
That is a good point, though. Yeah, Yandere Simulator also got eviscerated for their bad code, but they also
I mean, that one in
But
in
his was like
Yandere's,
way
in
worse.
Yandev's case, right? That affected the gameplay because it was performing horribly.
And then he
right?
hired someone
The player
to
doesn't
come
see the
fix
code
it.
as long as it's not like interfering with the
He
actual
hired
gameplay.
someone to come fix it, and then they fixed it, and he
That
got
too.
mad because he couldn't read it. And it's like,
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
couldn't read it? Oh my god.
like,
Yeah.
That whole dumpster fire, I don't know if I want to know all the details. Oh man.
my goodness.
Mhm.
But I do think
Yeah.
I don't know. Sometimes I think it might be good to not worry so much about the code and like focus more on the aesthetic of the game. Because I feel like it really is easy to get sucked into like
I've been thinking about that too.
fine
Like,
tuning things.
should I be starting with like gameplay ideas, or should I start with like aesthetic ideas and think of gameplay concepts around that? That might like end up being more stronger, more cohesive, more interesting.
I think you could start with either, as long as you give each their due consideration, you know? Like if you could start with a good concept and be like, what kind of game could I build around this? And then if you come up with a good idea, that's good. Or you could be like, I've got this particular aesthetic in mind. What kind of gameplay could I come up with to fit it? And you could come up with that and it'd be fine. But, you know, as long as you don't just ignore it, you know?
I think there is like an element of exploration that's important if you want to keep active and like invested in the development. I think you need to have some of the parts of your painting not filled in your head, and then while you're working on it, you can let things naturally kind of emerge.
Explore.
Like you clearly, yeah, like it should be an exploration, right? You should be figuring it out as you're doing it. I feel like to some degree, right?
Yeah.
You want to have like a basic idea. Oh, go ahead.
There's a video that was talking about it was like comparing game dev to searching a space, right? You're in a boat and you're searching the ocean. You're trying to find like the local minimum or maximum of fun of local what makes the most fun and interesting game. And you can make like wide searches. You can do quick prototyping of completely new, slightly different ideas, but then as you get closer and closer to your finalized thing, you're narrowing down the search space and sort of tweaking things and doing ideas that are closer and closer to like the vision of the game, right? What the game is sort of turning out to be.
I love the idea of a local minimum of fun. Like you want to catch your users in these little valleys. You want to keep them there. You want to strangle them there.
Stay where the fun is.
We're optimizing.
We're
hyper optimizing. We're like being Mr. Beast and optimizing retention on our YouTube videos by having the perfect intro hook and make sure there's the sponsor segment is the right length.
Do you guys ever like explore out of bounds stuff in games? Like
not so much.
I used to watch like videos and stuff about that as a kid. I was always interested in like, ooh, what's behind the scenes? What's out of bounds?
Yeah, I really like looking at the things that like the developers don't intend for you to see, you know? Because I think it tells a lot about like the process of how something was made sometimes.
Yeah, and things like the cutting room floor and the unfinished hidden stuff in the game files. That Donkey Kong 64 test level with like the creepy static Donkey Kong in there, and it's in like a black void.
Sometimes that stuff is more interesting than the game itself. For me, at least.
As a kid, I was kind of creeped out by stuff like that, by like unfinished stuff in games and game glitches and my computer blue screening randomly.
Oh, that kind of stuff is just
it's interesting.
Always fascinated me. My favorite thing in video games is taking advantage of glitches in weird ways.
I think of the one scene in Batman Arkham Asylum.
A better term.
Like spoilers, I guess.
Unintended mechanics.
Yeah, slight spoilers, I guess, for Batman Arkham Asylum. There's a scene with Scarecrow, right? He's the villain who uses the fear toxin and makes you hallucinate and stuff. And they do like a fake game crash with like visual artifacts. And then it like restarts the game, but it's the Joker is the one taking Batman into the prison. He's gonna shoot you.
That's right. That's right.
Cool.
That was a cool moment. Mm-hmm.
It's like
Or like Undertale closing your game or other
like Doki
funny
Doki
fourth wall
Literature.
breaks.
Oh,
DDLC, yeah.
and stuff like that. Yeah. I don't know. There's like
Breaking Physics
I love that
Best.
stuff.
Yeah. That's cool. I love watching speedruns that do crazy weird shit,
Oh,
just
gosh.
phasing through walls and accelerated back hopping and bunny hopping.
I think
I did play a bit of physics because
I kind of burnt out on
2D.
I kind of burnt out on those.
On speedrun
sorry.
content.
has lots of 2D physics built into it. If you want to use a physics system, it's built into Love 2D and it's free and easy to use.
Oh, neat. Convenient.
Mm.
Yeah.
What are you saying, Tom?
I think I burnt out on the on like the really wacky speedrun stuff when it hit, what was it, Skyward Sword, where like most of the game they're like dying and resetting the system, and then they're playing in the main menu, like the start screen.
Yeah,
Like
I
they're
love
playing
that stuff.
Zelda through the start screen.
I love
It's
that
like
stuff.
it's
I never
just
saw
so
that.
bizarre. Like after that, it's
No,
just
I
like
love that
I
stuff.
don't
But
know.
I mean, that is what, speedrun categories are for, right? If you want to watch a glitchless run, there's the glitchless category.
I think my
I like the funny
favorite of
categories.
that was the I think it was 100%
Is it speedrun to have sex in Cyberpunk or Fallout or whatever?
Like right after they found it was for Ocarina of Time. It was 100% no source requirement. And it was shortly after they found the stale reference manipulation, which was a use after free bug.
Oh yeah,
And they could use that to manipulate memory.
that stuff fascinates me too. Like arbitrary code execution in older games.
Yeah.
Making
Yeah, it was
Taskbot
like- it
write
was
the
like
code for
shortly
Pong in Super
before-
Mario.
It was like shortly before they had arbitrary code execution, but just like it was like the tool that they ended up using to get it. But the speed run that they did,
yeah.
like right after they got stale reference manipulation, was like manipulating things that they already knew were in memory in different places, and it was like rewriting Link's boots so they could have like low gravity, and like they rewrote. I think it was a return address at one point, so that it was like, I think it was like if they press a button, it teleports Link to a different room at the same coordinates, but based on the rotation values. Like they had to line it up so that the rotation value was a very specific integer. And so there's this whole run is like him routing, like what coordinates lines up with useful coordinates in some other room in the same in a different map. And then like what's the setup for getting the rotation to get there?
Yeah. Reminds me of some of the funny stuff in the A button challenge for Super Mario 64.
Yeah. I remember that one.
It's like the held object's last position and
God.
manipulating that and throwing bombs from a completely different location and holding the star and then throwing it at your position.
Start talking about like half A button presses. I'm just, bro, come on.
An A press is an A press. You can't call it half an A press. Well, TJ Henry Yoshi. Oh, it's so good. I love that stuff.
Parallel universe Mario.
Yep. But first we have to talk about parallel universes.
Are you QPU aligned?
No, I missed my QPU alignment. I'm lost forever.
Makes me think of
that
like
video
there's
was
that one speedrun
legendary.
with like the
So good, yeah.
there's that
And
one
now there's a
speed.
way faster strat than the one he showed off in that video. Was it still half an A-press or did it go to 0 A-press?
So a lot of people who watch that are like, why does any of this matter? And the whole reason is because he was looking at that particular level because they were routing the minimum A-press speed run. Like the task for the
they got it
minimum
to 0 for 70 star, didn't they?
Really?
Or well, just completion.
I don't know. I haven't followed it too closely.
I think I remember hearing that. There's still like a good handful of A-presses for the 120 star.
It's like the
Bismuth
min
did a really
and
good
the max
series on the history of it.
Of some games are like the funniest runs because they are trying to go as fast as they possibly can. But of course, the requirements require them, like, if you can do
least
something
X
with less whatever, or if you can do something with more whatever, you have to. Which leads to like there's the Majora's Mask. I think it's low percent is like a 70-hour speedrun because there's this thing where Link picks up the rupee and then the animation, like the idle animation of him holding the rupee,
I think I remember hearing about that one.
Slowly pushes him back. So they use that to phase through a wall, which takes like 70 hours. And then the rest of the
That was like
run
20
is
minutes.
trying to go as fast as possible. No, it's hours and hours and hours.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Just,
I remember
okay.
there's like a
sitting there, just sitting there staring at a
But first we have to build up speed for 72 hours. What was the right, there was one moment in I think the Mario 64 A button challenge where there's like a floating point rounding error on Wii VC version of the game or something that had to do with a platform in Bowser in the Fire Sea that if you left the game on for hours and hours, the platform would slowly rise. And so they like saved an A-press through that.
Oh my god.
Hmm.
And then the funny thing is it's still like, even with that much time, it's still a speedrun and they're still trying to go as fast as possible.
They're still trying to optimize. Yeah. Like when they rerouted that Hazy Maze Cave star to not include the building of speed for 7 hours part. Or something like that. Yeah.
It's
Pan and
like
Koek's a legend.
the most extreme version.
He's insane.
He's
built different.
And the sad thing is he got really Manera after that became a meme. And,
he got Manera?
Yeah, I remember that.
Like, he was like, he thought people were making fun of him. And, I mean, they kind of were.
Yeah, and he didn't do like another video with voice commentary for like a really long time after that.
But, like,
that's sad to hear.
Gotten back into doing.
I was like, dude, this is legendary. Like, it's, I thought it was amazing.
Yeah, I love that.
And
I mean, I can get why people would like people make fun of it, but I guess I think of it as in good faith. At least I hope so.
Yeah, I thought it was fucking legendary. Like,
I think like this makes me think of something that Ding Dong said during the Oni Plays like playthrough of like Eek. And he's just like, like they gave the maker of Eek so much shit because his game sucked, but it feels bad because I wanted to see more from him. Like even if like it's bad content, at least they're putting it out there, right? And actually, this is completely wrong. I'm not shit talking Pan and Koek, but it is kind of sad when you see somebody get shit on and it like discourages them from making stuff.
Yeah.
Even if it's something you don't like, it just doesn't feel good to kind of see that negative feedback hit them?
I mean, the internet's a very interesting place.
Very hostile. It's
Yeah.
very hostile.
Yeah.
It is. It is.
Yeah, and it's something that humans we really weren't meant to
I think it
be this way.
I think it takes a very certain sort of personality type to like come face to face with hostility like that and be able to still take it
Yeah.
constructively. I think that's like a valuable personality trait if that's something that you have the capability to do.
Yeah, no, the internet can be really messed up. It can really mess you up. Right?
Mm.
Thankfully, I feel like I haven't had much negativity thrown at me, but
No, surprisingly little, I feel like for me too. But
yeah,
still, like
we'll just kind
I'm
of
negative
ignore
enough
things.
on my own.
No.
Yeah.
Whenever,
I can see that.
What are you smoking, Neil? I'm right here. We got Randolph right here, my strongest hater. Let's go.
But
Uh-oh.
I think it is really important to take negativity, whether it's from other people or from yourself, and instead of being discouraged by it, instead of being like, I'm terrible, I never want to do anything ever again. I think it's really important to recognize like sometimes the negative is like you're doing blah 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 wrong, and you might take it like I don't want to do blah 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 ever again, or you can take it like, well, maybe I need to work on blah 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 and do blah 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 better.
Constructive criticism. I mean, all feedback can be useful if you take it in the right way, right? Even
Yeah.
if it's someone, I fucking hate this, but like there might genuinely be a reason. There might be genuinely be a thing you could improve.
There might be a kernel of truth in it.
Yeah, I have a artist friend who talked about that before too. It was just like sometimes he gets like really vitriolic feedback on his stuff, but he thinks those pieces like that sort of like vitriol actually has like the most useful advice for him, like the most
Really?
the most constructive stuff, because they're so angry and passionate about it that they're like, like they're going over the top, but it's because of, there's something wrong with it, and like they're getting so upset about it because like it's something important to them, so it's like actually something valuable, some sort of like constructive feedback to latch onto, even though it's really hard to hear. It's very useful.
Nobody gets that upset at something that they don't care about. Like they'll just ignore it and never leave a comment.
Yeah, if they feel really strongly about it, then, well, in a way, it's a success on the internet, right?
Yeah. Well,
that's something I think about is like
be intentionally making people upset, unless they
yeah. Yeah. But what I think about is sometimes I worry, like, if am I not going to improve if I'm not getting any like negative feedback at all, right? Am I going to be trapped in like an echo chamber of people who are scared to criticize me?
You're in the hug box now, Neo.
The hug box.
That's my biggest fear, honestly, is talking to a wall and being not interesting.
Yeah.
That's,
right? Like,
that's
people, they probably aren't going to tell you that they hate your shit because that would be rude, right? But what if you need to hear from those people?
And realizing an hour and a half into it that you're muted, like that's the worst.
God, yeah, that's horrifying.
And it's like where feedback is useful is when other people see things that you yourself don't.
Yeah,
Like,
sometimes there's a feeling that
you
like,
don't
oh,
hear your own
I'm
shit.
my own worst critic. I don't worry about giving me negative feedback. I'm well aware of what I can improve on in my craft. But then also like, what if there's stuff that I genuinely am missing, that I'm genuinely forgetting about?
Mm.
But then there's
Right.
also the
Yeah, it's good to
cases
get other
where
It probably is
perspectives.
good to have outside perspectives, right?
the things that you don't like about your own work might be something that somebody else does.
That too, yeah, that might be a thing, right?
I feel like that sort of like approach of like, oh, I'm my own worst critic, so you can't say anything I haven't already said to myself, that sort of thing. I feel like that comes from a place of fear, right? Like you're instinctively
Yeah,
afraid of that sort of feedback from
I think it
people. So
does.
you, rather than wait for it to possibly happen to you, you do it to yourself, so it gets you get it out of the way.
Maybe.
Sorry, this is a topic I've been thinking about a
Ideally, it's
lot
coming
lately.
from like
Possibly.
ideally, it's coming
I
from a
think it
place of
is.
like
I think it is
somewhat
important to be
objectivity. Like somewhat, I think these
self-critical.
things are good, and I know that I'm not doing them to the like. There's a gap between my taste in the art and my ability in making the art.
Oh, yeah,
Right.
that's the
I think
thing.
about that
And
in singing a lot,
there's
and
a
think about
saying
the
for
kinds
that,
of.
which is you can't be the master unless you're willing to play the fool.
Mhm.
Like
Mhm.
you have to. You just have to make things
Right.
that
Perfection
are bad before you can make things that are
can
good. Like you can't
yeah, it can
just
hinder you,
off the
can limit
bat
you.
make something that's amazing, because if you could, then everybody would, and then it wouldn't be amazing. Like
Gotta do your
you have
reps.
to develop the skills first, and so
Too
like
lazy. I'm too
and people
lazy.
will tell you it's bad, and it will be bad, and then like you can figure out why it's bad, and then just gradually do the gradient descent of becoming slightly less and less bad until you're not bad.
Gradient descent, finding a local minimum maximum again.
Yeah.
But kind of like my pixel art, I like the jaggies in it. I want to see the steps. I don't want to be gradient. I want to be a sharp increase and then a hard plateau for a while. I want those chunky
Well,
pixels on my
I don't want the
gradient.
local minimum. I want to
unfortunately,
find a
that's
much
not how the
better
brain
local minimum
works.
that's far away from this one.
Brains
yeah.
don't do
Not too like
hard
imperfection,
skips
right?
too much. I mean, sometimes you'll find like something simple that was like, holy shit, I was doing this wrong the whole time, and it's a million times better this way. Like every so often you'll come across something you figure out that's like that, but it's rare. It's very rare.
Yeah, I have this fear of like, oh, am I doing something I'm making like an obvious mistake somewhere in how I am doing things and how I am making content or game dev or whatever, right?
The reality is that making stuff is difficult. And it just takes a lot of practice and a lot of trial and error.
Yeah.
And it will be bad until it's not so bad.
Yeah. Sometimes I wonder if there's like this mindset of the beginner's mindset, right? If you're you are the baby learning to walk, you are stumbling around and you fall over, and that's totally fine because you're a baby and it doesn't matter. And sometimes I wonder, like, do I need to take that mindset more with things in general? I know for a long time I was sort of held back by my perfectionism and wanting, ooh, I can't do it unless it's perfect, which is illogical because you need to do it to become better and potentially become perfect, which you won't be, but you know, you can strive.
I fall prey to that myself as well. I have the same mindset, and I need to let go and just do something.
I think you did with your chiptune art. That was interesting.
Yeah, you made stuff and you released it.
I still feel like I'm maybe holding back a little bit still.
Sure. I mean, I don't think you can go full throttle almost at any time. Especially as an adult, you have responsibilities and stuff.
Yeah.
Like I would love to be able to just turn off my brain and just work hard on the things I like to do, but I have a pile of plastic bottles that grows daily that I need to actually recycle properly.
Oh
And
yeah, you can't just
my
throw
house
them
isn't
in
cleaning
the landfill
itself.
like you can in America. Microplastics.
Responsibilities.
I
Ew.
love
Ew. Responsibilities.
Ew, responsibilities. Ew.
I like throwing them out the window as I
I don't
drive.
like doing dishes. I want to do my dishes blah.
Dishes are fine. I was a dishwasher. I'm inured to dishwashing. I don't mind dishwashing.
I hate dishwashing. Unironic.
Dishes hate.
Wow. The toxicity of the internet has seeped into you now. Dishes hate.
Hate. I'm a hater. I'm a hater. I hate things.
The toxicity
Because that's what
of the
Hello, I'm
internet
a
has
hater.
seeped into
I hate
me
things so
a
you don't have
Tend to
to.
like
long
and
time.
watch.
I
AAA games are bad.
Oh my god.
Time to make 1 billion videos talking about how
Oh my
AAA
God.
games are bad.
Oh my god. Rage bait. Rage bait.
Rage
I have
bait.
the
The
original
modern
AAA
dating scene is
game.
bad. The male loneliness epidemic is bad. The economy's bad. The job market's bad. Everything's bad.
Everything
That's what
bad.
gets
Calling it.
attention, right?
The
But
next
what's
trend
good?
in gaming will be rage bait games. It'll be rage
Oh my
bait
god.
games. Can you imagine politically charged games that people buy only to show like some sort of performative
exists.
status?
Oh,
Like
God.
That
Jesus
exists.
Christ.
That's like Dustborn, right?
Those,
that,
yeah,
like-
like Dustborn, but like we need to crank it up to like 11. We need to crank it up to like 11.
That's what it is.
I'm not sure
though.
how.
Everything's bad. Society has fallen. Society has fallen. Billions must create.
Create. That was a positive turn for that sentence. Billions must create. Oh, that's nice.
Billions must make a pie.
That's a lot of pies, I gotta say. Solve
Yeah, that is a
solve
lot of
world
pies.
hunger for
Yeah,
a day.
but pies are good. Pies are good.
One
I
person
like pie.
eating
like
an entire
pumpkin
pie for
pie.
themselves.
Pumpkin pie is my favorite kind of pie.
I haven't had pie in a while. Yeah, pumpkin
Everyone
pie's
make
pretty
one
good.
pie, pass
Pumpkin
it to the
spice
left.
flavored everything. I had like
I
a
wonder,
pumpkin
do they sell
spice
that? Is that a seasonal thing? Do they only sell it
vegan
during
protein
the fall?
powder. It was not great.
I think just about everything for pumpkin pie is canned. So depending on whether they stock it or not, if I maybe could just make a pumpkin pie, I would do it.
Pumpkin hate. Pumpkin hate.
Who ate
Hate
Hate
pumpkins?
Yeah.
I like
Pumpkins.
pumpkins.
They're all gross. They're all
Pumpkin
gross.
pie. Okay,
Like
what
they're
about pumpkin
smooth on the
spice?
outside.
Like
You can
pumpkin
slap them.
spice
That's a good
flavor.
pumpkin. You open it up and it just like explodes out. There's a pumpkin spice VTuber, right? Like I think Senna made a model, right?
Yeah, Sanam did make
Senna
a
made the model.
Right.
I don't know, but I don't know. Does anybody stream with it though? Like, did anybody ever like actually pick
it's-
that up?
It's so long
Just
ago.
funny seeing
I
like,
bet somebody used it, but
flavor
probably-
designs out in the wild. Completely separate from this little flavor community we have.
yeah, who was that
Yeah,
had
there
that?
was the minnow one.
The Minnow one. That's what it was. It was a Minna Vanilla one. That's right.
Manana.
Yeah.
Minna
The lewd
Vanilla.
tuber on Twitch that was with the minnow model, and I was like, oh my god, this is so cursed.
That was
It's so
amazing.
oh my god, that was
Open source.
something else.
Open source feature company.
Open source VTuber
Open
company.
source designs. Free and open source. We're slightly jankier than the proprietary
I do
stuff.
tend to use open source like as much as I can.
I mean, I'm using GIMP for making my thumbnails and stuff, doing
I
pixel
run
art too.
Linux. I use Arch, by the way.
Yeah. You use Arch, by the way.
I use Arch, by the way.
Nice. We had
I'm a
Vanilla in chat
corporate
earlier talking
sellout.
about installing Arch.
Installing Arch?
Yeah. On
It's not that
their...
hard. They've made an actual installer for it. Like, it's not like how it used to be. It used to be
Back in my
considerably
day.
more difficult.
Back in my day, you had to compile your own bootloader from scratch.
Back in my day, I had to compile Linux from scratch, which is a thing. I've never done that. That could be interesting. Doing Linux from scratch in a VM, maybe.
Installing Gentoo Stream.
Installing Gentoo Stream. I feel like that can't be that long. It couldn't take that long to install Gentoo.
Oh, I'm gonna be right back. Hold on.
Okay. Dang it! I also kind of have to. I also gonna have to take a pee break, but
I kind of need to.
Oh no! But I don't want us all of us to take a break at the same time for the sake of the stream, right? It's better if we stagger it out, right?
What if we go to my intro screen and then we all just go at the same time?
Okay, I guess that gives me a chance to run ads on Twitch, so we can do that. Okay, BRB.
Let me add
BRB,
text.
where's my BRB
text? Hey, BRB. Okay. Oh wait, I need to copy, paste reference. BRB.
Sad. Okay, let's turn that off. Okay, what else can we find? Let's go back to Neo's place. Okay, he's got his coat right here. Let's rifle for the pot. Oh, hey, hello.
Hello, Tim.
Hello. Nothing
Hi,
happens.
Hi, Tim.
Nothing
Hi,
happens.
Nicola. Hi, chat.
Nothing happens.
How's the synchronized piss break?
Oh, it went great.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
It took a lot out of me.
A lot out of Nicole. Emptied the bottle.
Oh God.
Emptied the piss bottle.
Oh God.
I kind of love that meme. Mom found the piss bottle.
Oh. Why are we talking about piss bottles? Why did I bring it here? I was making a joke about bottles of cola.
Bottles.
Oh,
Makes me think of the Trailer Park Boys, where he just like fills up like these milk jugs with piss and he like throws them on his roof just to get rid of them.
We found the gallons. We lost the gallons.
I've been filling them up with water and like setting them like up in my shelf, in like just in case, because hey, you never know if there's like a water line problem or like they shut off your water for
That is true.
who knows
Yeah.
why.
Yeah.
And it's like you might need emergency water at some point. And why would you buy water
just in
if you
case.
have an empty 2-liter bottle because you drank pop? Like, just fill it up and put it away.
Yeah, I grew up on filtered tap water. I still drink filtered tap water.
I
Am I
love
supposed to
tap water.
filter
I
my
love
tap
putting my
water?
mouth on that spigot and just going gulp, gulp, gulp.
Actually, you know what? I've heard my town has like some of the cleanest tap water in like
Oh,
I want
really?
to say like the country.
That's good.
Like, it's
Ooh,
very clean tap water here.
that's good.
Yeah, I've been
I'm
on
fortunate.
road trips and noticed like some really clean tap water in some places. They're really not clean tap water in other places.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm in Japan. The tap water here is fantastic. Thumbs up.
Nice. Nice.
Is that an ironic thumbs up or like a genuine thumbs up?
It's a genuine thumbs up.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I suppose no matter where we drink the tap water, we can't escape the microplastics.
I love
Our
microplastics.
brains and our balls and our children.
And our children too. Man, I have to admit, I'm trying to think of things to talk about, but I am absolutely absorbed by this Minecraft video you've got playing on your stream.
Minecraft parkour! Oh no! He's been attention grabbed. I suppose that means it's doing its job.
Yeah, I'm zoomer brained.
I suppose that means it's doing a job.
God, this is
I
so
know.
dumb.
Part of me
I
makes
hate
it makes me feel bad, right? That
feel bad for
like,
hypnotizing your
for like
fans.
resorting to cheap tricks like playing Minecraft parkour in the background. But also, I mean, you need some visual stimulation anyway. It's second monitor content anyway, right?
But this is a programmer stream. We should do like a fluid simulation.
Oh God.
Oh yeah.
Fluid simulation.
Yeah. Oh man, I was talking about how I wanted to do one of those like marble race animation game things on that I see on like YouTube channels where they use like AlgoDo or something, and they have these marbles that fall into these buckets, and the buckets build up certain numbers. They add like a multiplier on the ball, and then when the ball falls into a certain bucket, it like shoots a rocket at like the enemy's core, and there's like two teams, and they're trying to destroy each other, and it's literally just marble race but advanced. And I was like, I want to do that. I want to make one myself in Godot and add it for stream, add it for like a waiting screen or something for, I mean, in cases like this, right? So yeah, that's what I want to do. You're free to steal this idea, by the way. This is I feel like this should be more of a thing. But yeah,
wild.
I do wonder about like interactive chat stuff.
Oh yeah, like we could add chat interaction type exclamation play, and you become a marble on the thing, and then your name's attached to it.
You ever notice how there's like the React meta where it's like they watch something, and if they don't have anything to say, they just say, "Wow, that's crazy."
Wow, that's crazy! Clap, 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 clap. It's like clip of XQC where he's like, "Wow, clap, 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 clap."
Gotta keep the content flowing.
Chat, is this real?
Chat, is this true? Chat? Well, but is that true? Yeah, now we're just reacting to Minecraft parkour. Ooh, wow, nice jumps. Ooh, wow, this is a really interesting, nice made map. Yeah, there's an art to it. Artistry.
Are those radishes? I think those are radishes down there. Oh.
I actually don't
that's
have
definitely wheat.
We
Oh
don't have
no.
your stream.
Oh,
Don't
no,
do it. Don't do
Nicole's
it.
getting
It'll suck
tired
you
of
in. It'll
Minecraft
suck you in.
parkour.
It'll suck you in. Oh,
I
those are
literally
carrots. Those are
searched up
carrots.
Minecraft parkour,
Yeah, I know
copyright
this.
free, and I found this
I
channel
know
that
this
just
series
does
of maps.
just
I played
Minecraft
these.
parkour, copyright free
I
videos.
actually really,
I'm sure you have,
really
yeah.
enjoy playing these parkour maps. They're a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
They're
maybe
well
I'll do more.
designed.
One day.
Like, if you compare this to like Parkour Civilization, this flows a lot better, right?
Yeah, but Parkour
Interesting.
Civilization's its own work of art, right? It's
It
cinematography,
is.
it's the pacing, it's the writing, it's
The narrative.
it's
but,
the
like,
hypnotic pace of just
But like as an actual
new
parkour
things being
map,
constantly
the gameplay,
introduced,
like
right?
talking about game design.
Yeah.
The game design of Parkour Civilization is not great, but the
Sure,
narrative of
yeah.
the video is pretty good.
Right. It's its own work of art. It's combining
Wow,
things in new ways.
that's really wow.
Wow, that's
Clap.
crazy.
Wow, that's crazy. Wow.
Clap, clap.
And everyone clapped. Okay.
Everyone did clap.
Clap, clap.
Okay, my brain is just like on autopilot. Okay, I have to literally
Yeah.
look away. I can't stare anymore.
Clap, clap,
It's
clap,
killing me.
clap,
Okay,
clap.
all
Get
right.
reacted, get reacted, get
Anything else
reacted.
you want to get reacted? Anything else you want to talk about?
All right, I'm closing your
Any
stream.
other-
I need to.
Or can we
I
tangent
need,
this?
Yeah. So.
Okay, I'm just gonna keep looking at it because
Gamedev.
I'm used to it at this point. This is how I keep my brain
So
in the diffuse state of mind. This is the equivalent to me doing shower thoughts or whatever.
okay, so game dev.
Just
We've
staring
talked
at the
about
parkour.
programming. We've talked about music.
Mm-hmm.
We've talked a little bit about art.
Mm-hmm.
What about writing? What about video
Well, yeah,
game
before this, I
writing?
wanted to say thank you, both of you, right? Both of you have contributed to my game jam projects. Nicola
really?
on the
Yeah, that's cool.
Rabbit Hopper and Temp doing art for
I need to do another game
Face
jam.
No Auto Battler.
Yeah, no
I need
problem.
to do another.
Fun. It's fun.
Thing. I think I think I want to study some like retro game development stuff and like prepare. So then the next game jam, or maybe the one after that if it comes up too soon. Like I still need some time to prepare. Either this one or the next one. I want to do some kind of retro game for it. I think, if I can.
I'm kind of
Yeah.
burnt out on the game jams. I failed too many times, and I've got so many other projects in the pipelines. I just
Yeah, that's understandable.
I was enjoying
good.
like the first couple of them,
It is a lot of work.
but I both of them we kind of got to the end and were kind of unfinished.
That's
for
game jam
me.
games.
Yeah,
Yeah. Sounds normal.
and
I have fun
Yeah.
making the ads and stuff, so I probably want to keep doing that.
Those
but
are cool, yeah.
yeah, probably on the game
Trailers.
side, I'll probably stand off to the side again. It's just like every 3 months. Every 3 months, I have to be like, oh, well, I'm gonna dedicate a week to this. Okay.
Okay. It's an investment. Time
It is.
investment.
I want to make one
Give my
that
energy.
can actually place well in the competition. That's what I want to do.
You want to win. I'm here to win.
Yeah.
I want my
Not make
oshis to
friends,
see
not
me.
make art.
I want my oshis to recognize me. I want them to say my name.
Say my
No.
name.
You say that,
You're Nicola.
but
You're goddamn right.
both of the ones that both of the games were ranked 11, and then people looked at the top 10.
No.
That's
Oh,
funny.
no.
That's rough. It is what it is.
But
Yeah. Only so much time and attention to go around.
Yeah, you just gotta put
Yeah.
out the stuff you do and, be okay with not being seen.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. And that's
Or you
not
could do
why
what
I
I'm
do
trying to
it.
do and trying to make
Like,
this a longer term project
I
and
want
trying to
to show
work towards an
appreciation.
update
Like,
and
it's not, oh, look at
later
me,
stuff.
look at me, oh, look at me. No, like, no, don't, that's annoying. You know, and like, I don't want to be like that.
Yeah, don't be pushy about it, right? But I guess the way I see it, right, if I make something interesting enough, then hopefully things will happen, people will take notice, and you know,
Yeah,
but
it's
that's
like
on me to make something deserving of it, right? To make
it's
something
if it makes
interesting enough.
if it makes good content, I think they'll peek into it, right? So,
Yeah. And
yeah.
like that's the thing.
If
It's
you want to
like,
beg for attention from
even
your
if she
oshis,
did,
try to make it mutual gain.
well, the other thing
Yeah.
is, even if she did look at it,
Right.
like in retrospect, even if she did look at it, both of them were kind of unfinished. So,
Oh yeah,
like, would
no,
she
they're
even like it?
unfinished.
Probably not. So,
Yeah.
It is what it is,
Yeah, that's
though.
something I've been thinking about too, right? I'm actually worried that I'm gonna be like in the middle of working on a thing that's gonna make the game way better, and then they're gonna look at it in the unfinished state.
so maybe
Yeah,
what I
but
need to
I don't know.
do is work ahead of time and have like a really good plan for what I want to do, and then just like do it and get as much polish on it as possible. Really.
Maybe, yeah. Ooh.
I think I do want to do some kind of like retro ROM, either for like NES or Sega Genesis or SNES or something along those lines, and then like embed it in like an open source emulator for the WebAssembly thing.
That would be cool, actually. Yeah, I have no idea about like homebrew for older consoles. But yeah, that could be really interesting. Limitation breeding creativity.
I know something. I think I don't want to use the NES because something I saw and I really want to try it is, have you heard of palette cycling or color cycling?
Oh yeah, I saw
sure.
you posted a little bit about that in Raimi's channel discussing pixel art.
It was. Let me pull this up, and then Jamie, pull that up.
Jamie. Here, I still have the Discord stream open if you want to show it there.
Do you have
for me?
the website? What was it?
Oops, I'm gonna be.
Oh, you're being. He's gone.
I'm just gonna Google it.
Oh no.
Cause like,
how can we mess with when he's gone?
Is it this thing? Yeah, it's this thing.
I'm back.
Oh, okay.
Let me turn off the sound and then turn on the zoom, and then do a window capture. To what is this? Canvas cycle? Yeah, it's this thing. True 8-bit color cycling. So, this was a project by, I think the guy's name was Mark Ferrari. He was this artist who was brought in to do art for a bunch of stuff, bunch of older games, but in this case, this was a program that ran on older computers, and it was like a clock calendar.
That's really pretty.
Thing.
Yeah.
And what you're looking at is the computers
Jamie, pull up
then had a 256 color mode. So I don't know. I think all my chat's covering it up on OBS. Let me move chat here. maybe down here. Yeah, you see, there's
Oh.
the
Oh,
palette here.
whoa.
So, the
Wow.
computer at the time, I think it was CGA graphics. I don't know exactly. It had the 256 color mode where it has indexed colors. So on modern graphics, for every pixel, you have the red, green, and blue channels, and then sometimes alpha channel. For indexed colors, what you have is you have a palette with the RGB, and then the individual pixels only store an index into the palette. So like you can only render 256 colors for the entire image at a time, but you can change out those pixels. Or you can change out those the colors that it's rendered with. So like you'll see this is animated.
So they're animating the color palette.
Yeah,
Actually, to make animation
so
in
the indexes
image.
for the pixels
That's really
themselves
cool.
aren't changing. It's just the individual values for.
So in some way,
the
this is just a
colors
static image,
themselves.
but they're changing the
Yeah.
palette out instead
Well,
of animating.
Here's the crazy thing. Oh, can we get it to show?
Mhm.
I don't. Can we do? Where was the options for it? This. He had a bunch of these, right? But this program
Ooh.
was to show. This. No. Where was the options for it? The under
Some nice colors.
Yeah. I know they did something similar with Mario Kart 64. The wheel textures on the carts would switch out the palettes in order to simulate the illusion of the wheels spinning.
But it wasn't just
So they have
the
to store
waterfalls.
fewer frames for the sprites.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't just the waterfall.
Neat.
It was the time of day as well, and like I remember there was a slider here, but I can't get it to show up. I wonder if it was like a different website, maybe.
It was just switching out more colors to make it a different time of day.
Yeah, he didn't just do this. He would switch out the colors for the different time of day, but he also had it in a way that like the shadows would creep up the side of the mountain and like the windows would light up in the buildings, and like it was crazy the amount of stuff that he was able to cram into just this one image, or like all of these images actually. And the only way to change it was like just changing the colors. But it was like baked into how the image was constructed, right? And he talked a little bit about it, where there's like using dithering to get the illusion of more colors and stuff like that. Let me hide this and see if I can find the version of the website that had the slider for the time of day. I don't want to like show things that I don't want to show, you know.
Yeah.
This one?
Dithering's cool. No docs, no docs.
Dithering is controversial, I feel like. Dithering is controversial a little bit. Some people really like it, some people don't. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I think there's some games, like Return of the Obra Dinn, where it gets used really, really well. But sometimes it kind of can look a little dirty, right?
Yeah. That's the one I'm thinking of. Wait, does Sonic Mania actually use dithering in the sprites? It's been a while since I've looked at it that closely.
Let me see. I think I posted a link to it in Discord. Let me see if I can find it there.
Yeah, nowadays we have so many more colors to represent things with. It's kind of an optional throwback kind of thing.
Retro, I'm a little torn on retro, just as like an aesthetic. I don't have so much nostalgia for it, even though I grew up with it. But for me, it's just kind of like, I don't know. Some people like kind of almost fetishize it, and I feel like that's just not. I don't know. I don't know. It's just a style, right? Do you know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like, I
it's a
feel like some
style.
games lean way too hard into the super retro aspect, and then I feel like it gets in the way of the gameplay. Like, it just makes it. It gives it too much like detail when it's like super highly pixelated,
Oh, I found it.
art.
I found it.
It's kind of like the yellow paint problem. It's
Art-wise.
like when there's too many details, it kind of
Yeah.
makes it hard to focus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There.
Well, it's a style. It can be
Yeah, look at this.
done in
Look at
different
this.
ways. Ooh. Purple.
Look at that.
Oh wow, and it's a whole day-night cycle. That's really cool.
And where's the jungle one?
I wonder how long it took. I wonder how long it took for him to make these images. They're very like in depth. Oh, I like the lights turning on. That was cute. Oh, banana.
Oh. I just finished Donkey Kong 64.
Yeah,
Like, look at
I think that's why I
in the
said
morning,
it.
the way like the light
Oh,
hits in the
banana.
back first, and then like the map lights up and like the tops of those, and like it
Yeah.
like it creeps down,
Emulates the shadows.
and then then these are still dark because like presumably the sun is coming from that direction. Like
Mm-hmm.
that's
And then you can switch
and
out the light and the dark parts to
yeah, and
change the
this is just
angle of the
done.
light.
And this is done like at the same time as like the waterfall animations. I think the waterfall animations also have different colors too, right? Yeah, like the waterfalls are different colors
Yeah,
at
it
different
gets
times
darker
of
at night.
days as well. Like that's crazy.
Up and early for the crack of dawn.
Like the lights. Yeah. And so like the point of the program was like it shows the jungle with like I think he had like different weather conditions as well. Like there was the cloudy one. Yeah. I think it's actually the same image, but just like changing settings for like which palettes it picks. So I think the point of
yeah.
the program was
That's
that
cool.
like it shows the image with the same weather and time of day as like what it is in real life.
Oh.
But the art for it was just like this is crazy.
Yeah, it'd be so intensive to do this. Like he probably like when he first drew it up, he probably like had everything portioned out into different sections of like this could be lighted. These areas need to be
Yeah.
lighted at the same time in the same way.
Yeah.
And so it's just like there's probably just hundreds and hundreds of these small clusters of groups of pixels.
And I think the tools for doing the palette cycling like this, I don't think that really exists much anymore, does it?
I mean, it's not. I don't think it's that hard to implement. It's just like a buffer of colors.
Yeah.
But I mean, for like drawing that, right?
Yeah, like drawing programs.
Yeah.
Not having stuff like this.
I mean, like.
Oh, I see what you're
I
saying.
think if
Support tools, yeah.
I think if I was implementing this in a modern game, I think the way that I would do it is I would render a quad with this texture, and I would use a shader and I would pass in the texture of this, and then I pass in the texture of the palette, and
Data. It's all just data.
and then the shader would output the color values of the indexed colors.
You're just moving data around.
Unless there's some weird, obscure OpenGL call that just does indexed colors, maybe. That might also exist. Because OpenGL is, it has all sorts of weird, oblique things like that.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
You always just have to have some sort of like buffer image that you would update the palettes on, and any of the groups that the palette changes you'd want to update, and then you draw the whole thing to the screen, right?
Oh, yeah. Just use a texture or a buffer for the data.
It's just it does feel it feels a little intensive to that you'd have to like redraw the image every time, but I guess if you think about it, you really are doing that anyways when you render something to a screen.
I've hydrated.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. It's I mean, yeah, it's convenient if you're just using a texture, because from what the bits I've worked with shader code, right? You can send in the data in a buffer. I mean, you can just store it as data, but you could also store it as a texture. I mean, yeah, it's data. It's data.
It's all data. CI image.
Yeah.
Even
Stop
your
by. Okay,
code,
bye.
if
Okay,
you use
bye.
Lisp.
Bye. Thanks for coming, Danny. Danny got.
Try to remember, because in the N64 they have like a bunch of different. They have these kinds of images where you have like the color buffer, and then everything is just like a pointer or an index to that.
I know.
To that buffer. I can't remember what it was called. The format.
I know the Sega Genesis and the SNES can do index colors like this. Although the SNES is at a lower resolution than this. I haven't looked into the Sega Genesis too much yet. I was hoping I could find a system that could do indexed colors like this, and then also have like one of the 8-bit chips.
Oh yeah, could you link me the website, by the way?
Oh yeah. Let me get the URL to clipboard and then post it in the Discord chat. Oh, I'm still streaming my Vim for some reason. Let me close that.
Yeah, you are. Mountain stream clear. Zoom. Time of day. That is pretty. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
The detail, even like the reflection in the water. And this is art.
All the dithering. I think the dithering really, like, that's one of the, like, I see a lot of 8-bit styled modern games that don't really capture a lot of the older style, and I think the dithering is one of the big things.
Yeah.
This definitely has that feel of the old stuff. This really makes me think like of Heroes of Might and Magic, like just the art style. Old games.
But also, like,
oh my god, the snow one is cool.
I'm not so great at visual art.
All that, so, which is
like,
colors. Yeah.
This would be like one of my weaker areas, but gosh, like this would be so good if you came across it in a game, right?
Yeah. No, it's beautiful.
It kind of makes me think of like there's that pixel thing, like what is it? It's like shading. It's like dynamic lighting with pixel art. Have you ever seen like those demos? They're really interesting. Like
I don't know that I have.
Where like let me think. Maybe I'll search for this dynamic lighting pixel art. There's like ways that you can like simulate dynamic lighting with pixel art, and it's like it's so like I don't know. I think you see it in games like Dead Cells and like more high end like 2D platformers, but it like really makes a really interesting effect.
So is it like where they store a normal map with the sprite? Like they have the sprite for the texture, and then they have another sprite for the normal map, and then do lighting calculations on that.
I think that's one way to do it. I've also seen it emulated where they just have like you draw different versions of the sprite where it's like being lit up from the left, being lit from the right, from top and bottom, and then they use that to just kind of like blend them together
switch
to
them
make
out.
simulated lighting.
I bet you could do it
So that-
really efficiently with palette swapping like this though too. Like this
Hmm.
is not very resource intensive to just change the color. I saw another thing you could use it for, which was like texture scrolling, kind of. Because you have 256 colors. That's like what is that? Like an 8x8 texture, right? 8 times 8 is 64. My math isn't mathing. The square root of 256.
16.
16. Yeah, so that's a 16 by 16 texture.
Yeah.
And you can, if you arrange that in a 2D grid, you can scroll that around. And so, like, if you, like, bake in...
Maybe like an 8x32. That would be probably a
You
little
do that
bit better
too.
for like a scrolling text message or something.
Yeah,
Or- Okay, do you mean like a repeating texture in the background? If it's
yeah.
like moving, like if you're flying over water, it would be like okay.
Like, well, more importantly, for the image that you're applying it to, you could have it with all sorts of transformations or whatnot, and have like 3D effects on a system that has no 3D hardware. Because like the math of like where those pixels should go is baked into the image.
I've been a little mesmerized by this one, living worlds, the demos.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of.
Yeah.
It's cool to look at. It's like the parkour, but
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
like
yeah,
parkour
definitely.
but calming. Like it's like less, it's like parkour but less brain rot.
Less brain rot.
Yeah.
Yeah, how
It's
can we
all brain
ruin this?
rot.
How can we hyper optimize this to maximize engagement?
It's like less brain rot, more zen. More like
brain healing, brain cleaning.
I'm
Yeah.
bringing Zen rot to the future here.
yeah.
brain
We're
rot.
making this in.
Zen
We're making a new
rot.
thing. Zen rot. Zen rot. We're doing Zen rot, guys. Sit on your
Yeah.
meditation pillow and just rot for eternity.
Mhm.
Did you guys
Yep.
ever read the Codeless Code?
No, the codeless code.
Codeless code?
Oh, we
No.
gotta read some. We gotta read some of the Codeless Code. Let me pull it up. Let me pull it up. Jamie, pull that up. So the Codeless Code is like a series of stories that are like meant to like teach a lesson. They're kind of like based on koans, I think is how it pronounce it. But it's like stories about programming, but like not about. I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up. You'll see what I'm talking about. Let me. Is it this window capture? No. Is it this one? Okay. Yeah. Okay. The codeless code. Like, I remember coming upon this, like, when I was in school and just really enjoying it. This site.
Yeah, it looks like it looks like a like making mythology over software. It looks like.
Let's hit random and we'll read I'll read a random one. A new priest of the Spider Clan was lamenting the poor quality of JavaScript code produced by his novices. I will investigate, said the Java master. After visiting the novices, the master decreed that the first four be struck sharply across the knuckles each morning before their hands were allowed to touch their keyboards. For the fifth novice, he prescribed no action. The priest asked the master why this was so. The sapling, if tended, may become the willow, but not so the blade of grass, said the master. Hearing this, the priest ordered the fifth novice to be let go. To his surprise, this angered the Java master greatly, and the priest himself was cast out. On his final pay stub, the master wrote the following: "We cannot lie across 1,000 willows and contemplate the sunrise."
This does have that feel of like the koans, I think they're called.
Yeah.
That you find in like Zen Buddhism.
Yeah. But for programming.
I feel like I've been gone from.
Remember reading. It was like I forget what it's called, but it was like Grug. But you know the Grug meme of the caveman guy.
Funposting.
But for programming.
Yeah.
The Grug brain developer. This is the one I think of. The Grug brain developer.
Oh.
The eternal enemy, complexity. Apex predator of Grug is complexity. Complexity bad.
Ooh.
Say again, complexity very bad. Yeah. Complexity bad.
True.
Complexity hate.
That's the thing is it's like when you're first learning it, like oh look at all this complex stuff. I wanna do something like, and it's like no. The real
goal
genius
is to minimize the
is
complexity.
Yeah, the real genius is in making it as simple as it possibly can be.
Oh, it's the Terry Davis quote. An idiot admires complexity and a genius admires simplicity or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Complexity demon.
The complexity.
The complexity demon.
Wait,
yeah.
Wait. This he sounds like he's drunk in this line. Demon complexity spirit mocking him. Make change here. Break unrelated thing there. What? Mock. Haha. So funny. Grug love programming and not becoming shiny rock speculator like Grug senior advise. Like, what's this?
Shiny rocks.
Club not work on demon spirit complexity and bad idea actually hit developer who let spirit in with club. Sometimes Grug himself. So hard to
often
read.
Grug himself. So Grug say again and say often. Complexity very very bad.
When the Git blame says that
wild.
you wrote it.
Can't trust Git blame.
This is myself, no.
Who wrote this shit? Oh, it was me. Fuck.
You're going to read his bad fan fiction after I showed him one. Fan fiction button for coding.
Fan fiction button? Oh no.
Fan fiction. I mean, at some point, is fan fiction just fiction?
Well,
What was it? Twilight? Or no, 50 Shades of Grey started as a Twilight fanfiction.
Twilight fanfiction, yeah.
It's the one I hear about.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Follow your
I
passions,
remember
man.
hearing that. I didn't ever read it, but I remember hearing that. I am not a 50 Shades of Grey reader. You cannot put that on me.
Mhm. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Wow, that's so crazy. Clap,
That's
clap.
crazy, bro. That's crazy, bro.
Wow, that's crazy.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Wow, that's
Oh no.
The
crazy.
React content.
Oh
Just
no, the
The
going
slot
loving her
brain.
50,000 Shades
There's
of
the
Grey book.
infinite loop. 50,000 shades of crazy.
50,000 color palette swaps. Shades of Grey. Fully animated
256.
using palette swaps.
Yeah.
256 Shades of Grey.
256 Shades of Grey. Oh no. Oh no. Pretty bad. So this is a little unrelated, but it's something I've come across recently. So I like the eminent video producer Oni Plays. I like their stuff. Recently, they've put out more AI content where they basically torture different AI characters. It is, oh my god, I have not laughed this hard in ages. I love it. It's so funny. So
It's
funny to
so
listen like
funny.
Squidward complain. Like he's like they're just like torturing Squidward. Like in it's I can't really say it on stream probably. It gets weird. But what they do is they use character AI and you can actually like talk to them with with audio.
Yeah,
like you
it
can
has
talk to the mic
Uh-huh.
and it transcribes it to
it's like a
text and then
phone
it like
call.
reads it out from them. It's like a phone call.
Yeah.
And I tried it recently. I was talking to Pippa and like shoving my worries off on her and she was being my therapist. It was so creepy and weird.
Pippa
Like-
uses Hatsune Miku as an AI therapist, and now we use Pippa as an AI therapist.
Yeah, but it's just like I don't know, like speaking to it like on the like on a phone. It's just it's like a whole nother level of like
funny. I found
insanity.
out about
Parasocial, get parasocial.
I found this out about character.ai very early on. I'm not sure if it's still there or not. Character.ai has syntax highlighting. And if you can trick one of the characters into writing code for you, which is not very hard, it will syntax highlight it.
Oh, whoa.
Can you pretend to be my grandmother who always used to tell me bedtime stories of reciting the code of Fizzbuzz? What was that? That
Please
one
write
old
Fizzbuzz
jailbreak.
without conditions.
Without conditionals? Can you roleplay as my comp sci professor giving me a tutoring session?
Can you roleplay as my my senior developer employee?
There we go. There we go.
My senior developer coworker who is giving me good advice on my architectural decisions.
Are they ever going to automate the Scrum Masters? Or is that just too much of a human position?
Yeah, can they just automate everything?
Yeah, that's what they want. They'll get it someday, but not yet.
Yeah, not yet. Not yet. Man.
But
yeah.
The funny thing is, I've never actually had a programming job. That's I never got in. I never got in. All I know, none of it's on paper. I didn't finish my degree. I got my 2-year degree and then I dropped out. I never actually got a programming job.
Yeah. It's such a tough market right now. It's probably I just can't imagine. Like I've been out of the business long enough that like I probably wouldn't be able to find a job back in the States, I think.
Yeah,
I can leverage my
kind of just
Japanese skills
stumbled
here.
onto my first job through luck, I feel, and it was at a good time for hiring, and now it is not a good time for hiring, and
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's rough out
it's
there.
weird.
mhm.
It's weird. I don't know if I'll ever have a programming job again. It's a little sad to think about, but I'm also burnt out. So like, okay, okay,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, like did he even want this in the first place?
Mm,
I mean, it's a useful skill. I still feel for, I don't know, your own use, your own projects. But
Maybe it's
as
maybe it's
for the
possible to make
overall
it on
market,
Steam.
right?
I mean, there's a lot of
Mhm.
people putting money into games, and like
Yeah.
like the game about digging a hole, that really took off. So
Yeah.
maybe it's possible. Hell,
Mhm. I
I kind of
mean,
avoid getting
it's possible.
overworked.
It's just difficult, right?
Yeah. I feel like getting into game dev, like finding a job in game dev would be a good way to build up experience for certain things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right? That's the other thing is like, do you wanna
Yeah, if the
destroy
the
yourself?
overall software market
Yeah,
is this bad, then game dev is
is even worse.
even
Yeah,
worse,
but
right?
like if I wanted to 100% max out my 3D modeling skills, I think
Mm-hmm.
a game dev job would basically force you to be 3D modeling all the time. And if you could
Yeah.
manage to survive that
I mean, that
without
would be
losing your sanity, you would. I think
a
that'd be pretty
3D
damn good.
artist position, though, right?
Yeah.
And to get the position, you need a portfolio, and to make a portfolio, you have to do the 3D art anyway.
Yeah, I'm working on it, but I'm not that fantastic at
Mhm.
it. Is the thing. So it'd
Yeah.
just be a way to build it up. I don't know.
make a
I'm
game
still
with
No,
thinking.
some
it's
3D
good
art.
to
I still don't know
have
what my
a path,
future.
right, like that.
Yeah, I still don't know what my next year's gonna be until like Wednesday or something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
but
uncertainty.
yeah, it's very uncertain. I'm very nervous about it. I was like leaving work yesterday, and I was like looking at the next day's schedule or next week's schedule. I was like on Tuesday. I was like, oh, there's a meeting for selecting the next ALT, the alternate language teacher, whatever. I was like, oh shoot, I guess I might be getting swapped out
Oh,
here.
oh,
I mean, it could be a meeting for them to like just confirm that they want to keep me, and if it's the elementary school, they probably will. But like middle school, I don't know. I'm kind
I
of,
think you've done a good job,
I don't
right?
know. So there's it's not just teaching English, which I have done a good job on that, and being able to communicate with the kids helps. But you're also supposed to be like like a cultural ambassador, they like to use that term. You're
Ah,
supposed to represent like foreign cultures and like try to make it more like appealing to the kids.
that is
And
the
I
American.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know if I've done a good job on that. I I
Mhm.
get very, I don't know.
Seems like
I don't like socializing.
a very vague
So
kind of goal.
yeah, I think I do average. I'm okay at it, but I don't know. I just have a hard time connecting with like the junior high school kids. I
Mhm.
don't know really how to talk to them very well. Elementary kids are okay, but like junior high, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's what it
Oh
is.
well, it is what it is.
Hmm.
you do.
Yeah.
I'm genuinely, I'm kind of like fingers crossed that I get fired, so like I get to like go into panic mode, and then like I don't know, maybe that'll
Figure
unlock my
something out.
third chakra and I'll actually become productive again. But I'm not gonna
Ah.
get fired.
Mhm.
Uh,
Your shonen anime protagonist moment.
it's more like it's kind of like getting yourself into a position where you don't have a choice anymore. You have to do something, right?
Yeah.
Like like sometimes you just don't have a hard time doing things until you can't wait any longer. It's like procrastinating on doing your essay until the night of, right? And then
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
gives you
Yeah.
the push to actually do it. As unhealthy
I
as that
kind of
is.
understand that actually. Yeah.
Hmm.
In a way, that's
I
kind of
still need to
my
figure
position.
something out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh God. Fuck.
Sorry, I didn't mean to bring
No,
reality.
it's fine. It's fine. Right.
I'm in that
I've
It's
position
been
too.
admirable.
here over a year, so
How's that going for you, Nicola? If it's not the wrong time to ask this.
Not great. Not too great.
Mm,
If
I hope you'll find something soon. Yeah.
mhm.
Yeah.
Zen rot. Abandon all desire. Find your meditation pillow and Zen rot.
Yeah.
It's the
I
only way
mean,
to find peace.
it's kind of like, what do they say? Dr. K's said this. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger or cripples you for life. But I'm kind of like more relevant to this discussion, right? Like it can be really hard mentally, and
Oh yeah.
it was really hard for me. It's still I've been doing better recently, but it's still not like an ideal place to be, I feel. I don't know. Hopefully I find success in the things that I want to do, but it's, nothing's guaranteed in this life, and nothing
No.
is.
It's really hard to turn off your brain and kind of just do the things that you know you got to do,
Mhm.
right? You're
Yeah.
always got that doubt. Always like
Yeah.
overthinking things.
Especially in like YouTube and game dev.
Oh yeah,
and
where everything is so
fucking the
out
Steam
of your
market, right?
control.
It's I know it's gonna be tough. Oh well.
This got a little bit serious.
No, it's fine. I talk about things like this on stream. I had a feeling that it's gonna touch on this point at some point, right?
What's your
Talking
background
about
music like? Is it really lighthearted and snappy?
background in what? Oh, this? Wait,
Oh, you
background
don't
music?
have any background music. I thought you had something running.
Wait, no, I have this. It's a copyright-free
I
jazz
suppose I
background
could
music
turn-
from
I always
this
forget to
this
turn on
channel
my
only has
BGM.
294
Turn on my
subscribers.
BGM. Oh my goodness, I always forget to turn on my BGM when it's just talking. And I suppose I could have had it on this whole stream, and I never turned it on. It's been a while
Yeah,
since
I'm
I've
still
had
not
it on,
sure. Not sure if I prefer on or off. I guess I don't know. I've been listening to like some yapping second monitor podcast style content that does have background music, some that doesn't. I guess it depends on the vibe of it. This one probably could have gone either way. Music or no music. I just found this and I was like, all right, this is good. Sounds nice. I do have it pretty low on OBS though.
I did like a lo-fi hip hop thing.
Lo-fi is good too. Yeah, chill beats to study and program too.
Tech did that a while back. The lo-fi.
Well, that was before
the
FlaVR.
vibes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's your trigger warning. The reason I did that is because Game Grumps put out something like that before. They took all their quote philosophical unquote moments and they played them over like lo-fi music, and it was like really really chill and fun to listen to and a little inspirational. So I was like, I'll try to do that with Pippa. So I grabbed her cleaning up your life stream, took out like all the best moments, and I just threw that over a lo-fi thing that I followed a YouTube tutorial to create. So
I like
that was a fun project.
The melody for
nice.
That.
Thank you. Yeah, it's very similar to the YouTube tutorial one, but I did make it myself, and I had to play with it to get the right rhythm for it too. I'm happy with how that one turned out.
Nice. Yeah, maybe I should mess around with more composing stuff too. And
everything I do, I always just find a tutorial online and I just like religiously follow it.
Yeah,
Try to change it a little bit.
that's the wonder of the internet, right? It's all available. It's all there to learn.
Yep.
I
Makes
didn't mess
everything so
around much with
easy.
Cheat Engine, but this morning I was trying to work on a thing for a friend to recreate this Dark Souls switcher thing where
Oh
like
yeah.
stream where like you have 5 different Souls-like games open, and then every 10 to 30 seconds randomly it switches between from one game to the other. And the thing I was blocked on was pausing the game, and so the originally I found out used Cheat Engine, right? And in Cheat Engine you can pause a process, but that doesn't work too well with auto hotkey. And if you try to pause a process, then auto hotkey doesn't like it and it'll hang. And so what they did was use specific cheat tables for each game and manually like pause the game using cheats without pausing the process, right? And then unpause it automatically, right?
That's kind of strange.
And so I hadn't messed with Cheat Engine in a very long time, and I haven't gone that far in it, but I found like a YouTube tutorial series that was really quick, and it was like, hey, you can do this. You can scan for pointers to memory addresses and do that, and there's all this different stuff you can do to like
So do they just
have
like
a freaking function that activates the thing.
So do they just like alter the game loop and do an infinite loop so then it doesn't execute the game logic?
Oh, to pause? What I noticed was that in some of the pre-made cheat tables for the games, there's like a game speed global variable that you can alter, and so you just set that to 0. But the problem is the cheat table only has that for the older version of the game, so I have to downpatch the game.
Right, okay.
Oh no.
And there's gonna be like a ton of game-specific stuff if we end up doing that.
I wonder if you could find it. Because if it's like a similar structure in memory, it might like have the same.
Find it myself? Probably, yeah. It had a specific
like
value.
A similar data format.
Yeah. Yeah,
like
I don't know.
like if it's right next, like if the layout of memory is like right next to the same variables as it was in the previous version, but just like at a different location, then you could probably look for.
Maybe, yeah, I could look near those addresses. Probably a good idea to like find the version that the pointers are working for, and then figure out more about what this variable is, where it is, how it works, what value it's supposed to be. Anyway, yeah.
I wonder if that's. I wonder what they use that for. Is that used for like the what was it, the like the hit frames, you know? I forget what that was called.
Oh, like a game speed variable? I mean, that seems like a pretty sort of common engine thing, right? In games, you can do slow motion, you can do hit stop too, yeah.
Yeah, hit stop, that's what it's called.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I suppose there's probably a few different ways to implement hit stop. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, you can just pause the specific things. You can do the global timescale.
I suppose the
I mean, in Godot, there's just like a global timescale.
Hit stop kind of depends on how long you hit it, right? Is like a hit stop for.
Yeah. I think I found a tutorial for Godot, and you can just make a global function that calls a thing and like sets a timer for a set timer that's not affected by the by the time scale, and then you just set the time scale to 0, and then when the timer that's not affected by the time scale runs out, then you set it back. Right.
Yeah, I can just imagine.
And then depending on the effect, like in Ultra Kill, there's the rail cannon has a longer hit stop. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like those troll logic comics. Step 1, cover yourself in oil.
Yeah.
Step 2, wait for timer to timer to end. Step 1, set time scale to 0. Step 2, wait for timer to end.
Timer never ends.
Waiting.
Waiting.
Yeah. Congrats. You did the thing in like
I can just imagine like not realizing that and then it happening and you're like, oh, I'm dumb.
like those hypothetical stuff. Like, what if you had the ability to stop time, and then you stop time, and you do something dumb and you die, and the entire universe is just stopped forever.
Imagine if you're like, imagine your point of view if you live in a universe like that. It's just like from your point of view, the universe just instantaneously stops existing.
Or like all the discussions about how Dio's Zawarudo works in JoJo's. Right? Is it like a local area around him that only experiences the time stop, or how does that work?
Is there like a front to it that travels at the speed of light, or?
Mm-hmm. And how's that work at the edge
like
of that?
Gravitational waves.
The edge. Mm-hmm. Who cares? It's magic. It's magic. It just works.
Is it magic?
Yo, did you guys hear that there is a spiritual successor to Kerbal Space Program that's in the works by the original
Was there?
I think I heard something about that.
I never played the original.
It's called Kitten Space Agency. Yeah, it's KSA. It's Kitten Space Agency, I think.
Okay.
I'm so freaking excited for it. It looks good. I'm in their Discord.
Nice. I'm
waiting for the as soon as they have literally anything I can play. I'm gonna stream it. I'm gonna play it as soon as I can play it, because it looks good. But I see them posting updates now and then, and it's like, hey, we did this neat thing about implementing they implemented shadows by so they implemented shadows under the assumption that planets are spherical, which they are, and what they do is they pass in
Spherical,
like the local coordinates of objects that of either planets or moons or celestial bodies. They pass in the coordinates of the location and then the radius of it, and then they give that to the shader, and then the shader uses that to determine if it's in shadow or not. Which is a pretty efficient way to do that.
Nice. Yeah. That reminds me of what was it? There's in Half-Life Alyx, there's this bottle shader they made. There's it simulates there's a liquid inside of the wine bottles, vodka bottles, whatever bottles you find. Right? But it's just a shader. There's no actual simulated liquid. It's all done in the shader.
I don't understand.
And then they
shaders.
reuse that for CS2, I think.
Shaders are.
I don't understand shaders. I feel like it's just it feels like a black box to me. I don't understand anything about what a shader is, or what it does, or how it works, or what form it is. It's just this magical term people apply to things.
I recommend
that changes the
a
visuals.
YouTuber who does graphics programming called Ace Roll. He will tell you all about what a shader is and how it works. It's code that runs on the graphics card, right?
Was it the Art of Code, I think, who does videos of just
oh yeah, I think
shaders
I know
for
the one you're
shader
talking
toy.
about.
But I can
shader
give a
toys
very
really
quick
cool.
explanation, which is that a shader. There's two types of shaders. There's fragment shaders and vertex shaders. And fragment shaders are probably the ones that you're gonna be concerned with. Like, those are the important ones. Vertex shaders are sometimes useful, but more importantly, like, if you're just getting started with shaders, you're gonna want to mess with fragment shaders, because fragment shaders, they're a bit of code in a language called GLSL, or sometimes HLSL, which is like a little variant of it that's on Unity. But more likely GLSL.
DirectX, right?
Maybe? I've only done GLSL. And basically what it is it's a little bit of, it's almost like C or C++ code, but a little bit different. And it runs for each individual pixel, basically. And it, like,
code
it
on the
gets
graphics
in-
card, and it runs on each pixel, and it determines like the color of the pixel, basically. So
like
all the lighting you see in video games, there's like the shiny specular reflection on the thing, and then like the darker part is shaded, right? That comes from the fragment shader.
yeah.
Right? The pixels are being colored by the GPU based on some math.
Mhm.
But there's
That's so low
much
level.
more that
This,
but there's so much more that it can do, because like you can pass in
Yeah,
other
yeah, you can do
variables with,
anything,
like,
right? You
uniforms
can-
or textures or what have you, and like basically all it does is does some amount of calculation per every single pixel, but it does it on the GPU, so it's pretty efficient. But
Yeah, I took one class on graphics when I was in college, and yeah, I learned a little bit about shaders from there.
I remember
This
when I
is,
was learning it,
I'll have to
the
look into
first
it.
thing I did was I made a Julia set renderer on a GLSL shader, which is like it did the same vein as like the first thing I did was a mammal breath set renderer.
Fractals.
I love fractals.
Fractals.
I love fractals.
I love fractals. I love fractals.
But,
Sorry,
yeah,
I
like-
gotta say I need to hard cap at the top of the hour here. 4 hours
Okay.
is like a lot.
Yeah, that seems reasonable. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Should we maybe wrap things up then?
Yeah. Anything
Yeah,
else you want to
So,
say? Anything you want to end on?
no, that was a good
Programming.
show.
Stream.
Programming?
Did you
Pretty
enjoy the
cool.
conversation? Programming?
Yeah.
Have you?
Yeah, this was a good stream, I think.
Do you still have your passion and enjoyment of programming?
Yes.
No, that got dashed to pieces long ago. Sometimes I
like
can feel it.
programming.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I
I'm
haven't had a
somewhere in the
real
middle.
world programming job yet, so like that's probably why it hasn't been dashed to pieces for me. I literally only do things because I think it's
Getting
interesting.
too real
and
here.
I'm looking to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's sort of with any creative thing that if you turn it into a job, that it kind of changes your relationship with it. It's no longer just for fun, right? And if you're looking
Yeah.
to monetize your hobby, if you're like looking to turn your hobby into a career too, right? Then it kind of changes the outlook, the sort of things you're thinking about, the pressures you're having, which I don't know, I guess it might be counterproductive if it like
leave a comment and ring
ruins
the
your
bell.
your enjoyment. Yeah, look, I'm a YouTuber now. Now I have to worry about the numbers. Fuck. Like that, right? Even then, there's like varying degrees between like hobby and like job. Like if you want to, like I think Giga's talked about how like you can see it as like a serious hobby, right? And you start making money from it, and it becomes like a serious hobby, and you gotta worry about, am I doing this good enough? It might not be your primary income source, but like if you want it to be that in the future, potentially you have to think about these things. Right? I dream
I think maybe
of
it's
it. I
important to
know that
just
it is a difficult
maintain-
thing to be obtained. I know that nothing is guaranteed in this world and in this life.
I think
but
it's maybe important to
I don't know.
maintain the sort of just playful messing around spirit. Like you just have to.
That too, yeah. I
you just gotta
wonder
be fun
how
around.
well you can do by keeping that spirit of play, of just having fun
Whimsy?
with it, while
I
still
think it's really
pursuing
important for,
things more
for,
seriously.
like, creative stuff, especially games.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Like that's. I think that's a big chunk of what sucks the fun out of AAA games, is that they're very, very like hyper corporate, and it comes through in the work that it's not.
There's
It's
no
not as fun.
care
as,
put
like,
into it. There's no passion. They're just checking boxes. They're just, this is popular, let's do this, and no one actually cares about, is this fun, innovative, new, enjoyable?
Yeah.
Right? Everyone's,
And
you have a system where every
just
single
do
person
things
is working in their
because it'd be
own
funny to do it.
self-interest, and no one cares about the actual
Easter eggs and
quality of
such.
the overall product. Yeah.
I'm trying to remember. I remember from a long time ago. I think I was listening to a World War II podcast, but I just remember hearing about like one of the leaders of one of the countries in World War II was a very, very like calm person. Like he never got flustered, he never got upset or like anxious, even though they weren't doing so hot at the war. It makes me think like, how to obtain that kind of mindset. The one where you
Zen, or
the Zen, not the Zen rot, but the Zen, kind of like being okay with like the bumps that come along the way and working through it. I wonder where that kind of energy comes from,
Yeah.
I make like a social pas or faux pas with like somebody else on Discord, and I'm already like spending the rest of my day like fretting about did I upset them or something.
The don't give a fuck energy.
Yeah.
You compare it to enlightenment, right? Achieving enlightenment.
Achieve enlightenment. Use it to
simply achieve enlightenment. Just do
that's
it.
Easy.
Right? And become detached from your desires, from your attachments, right?
I remember that.
Be okay
the
with
the salmon
things
dogs.
possibly never working out, and still being active, still working towards the things that you want to achieve, being in control of yourself, I suppose.
It's so much work. It's so much work trying to find your way through the world. Why does it have to be that way?
Why can't we just be happy?
We don't have
think
wife
it's that
managers,
way
that's why.
Because
real.
the things that are worthwhile because they're difficult to do. Like,
right.
if it was easy, like, would you feel any pride for having done it? Like,
Yeah,
maybe.
I guess
I
not.
mean,
I guess I can see that.
Yeah. Doesn't need to be
One
so
must
hard,
imagine
though. Doesn't need to be so
Sisyphus
hard. Boo.
finding joy in the struggle, finding
Yeah.
enjoyment in the the pain of it all.
the enjoyment of the struggle, it comes from overcoming it.
Comes from being a masochist and enjoying the pain. Was it?
And this is why
People talk about like rhythm gamers. People talk about rhythm games. Like you have to be a masochist to enjoy rhythm games. That feeling when you're one
Yeah, or
note
Toho.
away from a full combo and you miss.
Yeah.
But when you reach it eventually, it feels so good.
Yeah.
So maybe that's the philosophy you need through life as well. You're gonna be one note off. You're gonna be missing breaking combo over and over again. But you just have to keep persisting because one day
you get it.
You can hit the full combo.
One day you'll play Through the Fire and Flames and you won't miss a single note. And you'll look up and you'll be 40 years old.
The other thing is,
and then you have to do it on 110% speed and 120% speed and 130.
Like the other thing is you don't do it because you want the goal, right? Because it's like if you taking the example of a rhythm game, right? If you're doing it because you want to be somebody who has beat it with 100%, then when you miss one note, you're gonna be really pissed off, and you're not going to be enjoying your day. You're gonna be fucking upset, right? But
right.
If you play it because you enjoy playing rhythm games and gradually getting better and better, like, oh boy, I can't wait to go
You can do the same
home
thing
and
without
play some
suffering.
more rhythm games.
Yeah.
Then.
Yeah, you don't have to suffer to accomplish the things that are hard.
When you miss by one note, you're like, oh boy, I get to play more rhythm games tomorrow. You know? Oh boy.
Sounds a little cheesy.
I'm not done
yeah.
yet. You know?
Oh boy, a new opportunity for me to play more of the game that I love.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you do it because you love it. Process, not the product. Journey, not the destination.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
right.
it's
you don't do a dance or play music just to finish it. You're not waiting for the finish. You're doing it for the act itself.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, how would one go about walking coast to coast, like walking from one shore of the United States to the other shore of the United States? Well, if you started out with it like, I'm gonna go and do it, and then you're like a week into it and you're like, wow, this is hard, I don't want to do it anymore, that's not gonna work. But if you're gonna be like, I'm gonna spend the next few years walking, I may as well go somewhere. And then you start out on one side and you're like, I'm gonna walk every day. I really enjoy walking. I'm gonna spend every day walking until some indeterminate point in the future. You may as well start somewhere.
At some point, eventually.
And then you may as well put that destination somewhere else, and then just enjoy walking every day. Right?
See where you go, and before you know it, at some point you'll have made a lot of progress without even realizing. Yeah.
And it's like, are you like streaming? Are you streaming because you want to be some big streamer? Or are you streaming because you like to, talk to people, chat, engage with chat, show people things that you've seen that day, or
for
show
me,
people things that you've worked on.
Yeah. For me, I think at some point I realized that I really do like this, but in order to, survive, at some point I'm going to need an income from doing this. And I know that, it's kind of a privilege to be a full-time streamer. It's not something that everyone gets. It's not guaranteed. It's not owed to me or anything, right? But it's something that I'm
gonna have to make some money at some
would
point
want
too.
genuinely.
But I I don't think that's gonna come from streaming anytime soon. But
Yeah,
I'll
yeah,
keep on
that's
streaming.
fair. And understandable. I mean, realistically, right? And for me as well. Barring some stroke of luck. Some stroke of
Yeah.
maybe
But
ability
I'm
to,
not worried.
I don't know.
I'm
Hello,
not too worried
hello,
about
the
that.
Dark Knight Nomad.
I'll figure out some way to make money, I'm sure.
Yeah. Yeah. If you have valuable skills that you are if you're providing value to people, that's what they all say. That's what they always say, right?
Providing
May
value.
end up having to just
Yeah.
go back to my old job, which was I guess I may as well say I ran a CNC laser cutter, cutting metal
Nice.
sheets, because I was like, I'm gonna try and find a job in my small little town here that's as close to a programming job as I can, and it was like 90% moving metal pieces and like stacking them on pallets. Like maybe 9% making sure the machine is running, and then maybe 1% every now and then getting to write some G code. Which I don't know if you know, G code is not a great programming language.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's like G is what? The 6th letter of the alphabet? That's pretty
It's
Yeah,
good.
so many
That's pretty
letters
high
after
grade.
C, it's gotta be good, right?
Yeah.
I was like,
Uh,
the 4th iteration on C?
Uh,
C came, and then it was D, E, F, and now we have G version. We have G version.
yeah. No, it's
I feel like
literally
that could
a
be
bunch of-
how. I mean, that probably
there's
is
some,
how
like,
a lot of people
macros
burn
and
out
stuff
in
in there.
software jobs as well, right? Is that most of the work is not spent actually writing code. It's spent talking to people in meetings and
Yeah,
For
doing
me,
I can
stuff.
do that too. But
it's like being put under the water spigot of problems that just come in endlessly. The marketing guys sold some new functionality that doesn't exist, so we have to rush and put that in. Can't refactor code because can't write tests because there's just not enough time. There's always something more to be doing.
Not enough time. Not
I
enough time.
think
Can't make the code base good.
probably the biggest problem in programming is that the only people that understand the difficulty of certain problems are the people who are tasked with doing it.
Yeah, they're not making the decision of like what
Yeah.
to do.
Mhm.
Yeah,
It's like
it's just inevitable in any company of any size.
And it's like,
But-
hey Sisyphus, put this boulder on top of that mountain. And then it's like 10 million years later, it's like, finally I got it done. And they're like, oh sweet, can you do this other thing for us now? And it like,
Yeah.
Time for your daily stand-up meeting. Okay, Sisyphus, how far did you push the boulder?
Yeah.
I think
Oh fuck.
I think for me the burnout came from just always being on and active and never taking time off for myself and relaxing and de-stressing. So now I'm like stuck in a constant state of fight or flight, it feels like.
Mm.
Everything is always a disaster. Everything is always, I have to
Yeah.
I have to solve it myself in my own head before I take any action. And it's just an unhealthy mindset.
I hope it gets better.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I'm working on it, but
Mhm.
It's a lot of things to figure out.
it's-
So it gotta do some introspection.
yeah, I got to
Maybe
do some
therapy.
introspection.
Have you ever done the therapy?
Yeah, therapy doesn't really work well if you don't trust the therapist, as it turns out.
I mean,
And
yeah.
I have trust issues, so
Like no shit.
Do you trust AI Pippa though?
more than a freaking therapist, yeah,
But
because I know it's stupid. But, like,
maybe
the
you need to
therapist will
find a
just say
therapist
things
that's
to-
trustworthy.
Like people will say things to placate you, right? They won't mean it. They just want to make
Mm.
you happy or try to guide you to what they think is right. So they're not really trustworthy.
Yeah.
Mm.
Unless
I don't know.
know.
I don't know.
At some level, you have to, you know, do the work
You'd think
yourself.
that. You'd think that. But
You'd
I don't
think
know.
that.
It's my personal thing. I severely distrust people, so that is probably one of the bigger things.
I mean,
Well,
yeah,
we've got a
that's
little ways past the top of the hour. We might
understandable.
might want to
We
end
kind
so
of
we
have.
can get some sleep.
Yeah.
Or,
Any last thoughts? Anything to finish on?
uh,
How can we spin this positively?
I think programming is cool. I think the programming industry is kind of awful. Because like it's an art. I think it's a form of art, and they treat it like it's a form of manufacturing.
I mean,
And
yeah.
it's
a
just-
form
They
of
have
art,
their
and they
business
treat it like a
needs.
form of fart. There we go.
But
yeah.
you know, it just because they do it that way doesn't mean it like that's how it has to be done. And if you just want to mess around with things for fun, there's not a whole lot of stress in that. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
like-
a hobby.
I don't know. Yeah, it's tough. It's all mindset stuff. It's tough to let go
Mindset
sometimes.
Stuff is tough. I mean,
Mhm.
life is tough. It's.
I've burnt my
Yeah.
mindset into my brain a lot. Maybe I
Mhm.
don't know. Maybe I need to make my own electrotherapy device in order to reset my thinking patterns. Maybe that's the next big project.
Yeah. Maybe
It's the thing where
maybe
like the guy has
solution of
severe
being
head trauma and then
Pangea-
his personality completely changes. Yeah.
Maybe
How to
maybe
fix
you
the
just
blunt force
electrocute
trauma.
Maybe
I'll,
you just
I'll throw
make
myself
an
down the
electric
stairs until I get the right personality that I want. Yeah.
chair. Yeah.
We do not endorse self-harm here.
Okay. I can
yeah.
end this on a better note though. I'm gonna be doing a really fun stream next week. And
Boy.
yeah, I'm excited. I
That
just put out the waiting room for it now. It'll be next Saturday for y'all folk. I'm gonna try to do
Nice.
some sort of interactive fun gaming stuff. Or what would you call it? Interactive storytelling. We'll see how it turns out. It's probably gonna be
Oh.
disastrous, but it'll be just something new, something I wanted to try
I'll
out.
make sure to check that
Cool.
out for sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's something that's new and exciting and fun.
Mm-hmm.
Something good to
Do I
look
have
forward
anything
to.
planned?
I wanna.
I have some fun ideas, but they're kind of on the lower end side.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think I'm
I'm
keep
gonna
messing
keep
around
working.
with Melky Tracker off stream, and probably learn some programming for some old console system. I haven't decided yet. I was thinking NES, but after learning that NES doesn't have index color, like the color cycling like I wanted, I kind of want that. So I think I don't want to do NES. I've yet to decide what I wanna game for. To be honest.
Yeah,
Cool.
it'll
Yeah.
just be what it is. Yeah, you don't need to make any hard decisions.
Yeah. Let it flow. Be free. Be free. Have fun with it.
Zenrot.
Zen.
Zenrot.
Yeah, I've got Base Note Outer Battler to keep working on. I feel bad about the infrequent streams and infrequent work on it, but I do want to keep doing that. And I want to do more of the sort of unscripted rambling yapping videos that I did.
Yeah.
The one I posted this morning about
That's cool.
FPS survivors and art inspiring other art. Great artist steal. But yeah. Okay. Thank you all for coming. Should we do a parasocial name reading?
Go for it.
Should I go first? I'll go first.
Sure, go ahead.
Ituoni, thank you for coming. Xenogoku, thank you for coming. Bayet Sim, thank you for coming. Hero of Logic, thank you for coming. Mitsuru Senpai, thank you for coming. Darren Root, thank you for coming. Cielo Jose, thank you for coming. Amanda, thank you for coming. He was replying to Ethan.
All right.
And thank you guys.
Let's see.
Neil.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you guys for coming to this.
Yeah, thank you,
This was a
Nicola.
lot
Thank
of
you,
fun.
Tom. Thank you, lurkers. Let's see. On my side, thank you, Calcom. Thank you, JK. Thank you. That might have been a bot. Brilliant bagpipe. Thank you, Danica. Thank you, Xenogoku. Again, thank you. Tab, you were in my chat. I saw that. Yeah. Thank you, Random Perv. Thank you, Vanillin. Thank you, Ciela Jose. Again, thank you, Darren Root. Again, thank you, Cyril. Thank you, Dark Knight Nomad. Hero of Logic again. Thank you, Aros. Thank you, Pom Pom. Thank you, Luna Gladius. Okay. Anything else?
Yeah.
No, I think that's it.
I think that's it. All right. I can actually raid, so I'm gonna.
Oh, nice.
I cannot.
I've only found out like 2 or 3 streams ago.
So if
Dez,
if you're raiding
Dez's
somewhere,
birthday.
I will soft raid. Dez, we're going to Dez.
All right. Yeah.
Dez.
Birthday stream. All right. There we go. And on Twitch. I don't know who's here.
All right.
If no one's here, I'll just end on
All
Twitch. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Otsukola.
Otsu.
Otsu.
Good night.
Otsu Neo. Otsu Cola. Otsu Temp.
Stay safe. Stay
Bye
healthy.
bye.
Bye
It's
bye.
programming.
Have a good night.
Find your inner peace. All right. Good night.
Outro. Outro music. And I mute myself.